Hey, Gaster. Just getting set up. Okay, so... this over like that. Get the chat up on my phone. There we go. Got a runny nose today. That's like me every day. Like when I wake up in the morning, my nose is just like, yeah. It's getting logged into the game world, and then I will swap over. Also, chill music today, because the music in Valheim can get repetitive very quickly, I guess. Boop. I should probably move the chat thing. I'll move it here. There we go. I did actually realize, though, that that the avatar is covering over the health bar, so you don't actually see how much health I have. Don't worry, it's fine, because I won't be dying. So, SB said that he left some stuff in the cart for me. Yeah, just the busted materials from my, because for some reason these sconces just keep breaking. So I'm going to... Oh, Dante's going inside the house. Dante is back indoors. Yeah. How flattering. Thank you. I need to, I need to get a couple of bits of iron. Like a lot of the, So, drop that off there. Oh yeah, so I've been playing this game for a while now, and I only just realized that I can quick deposit items by holding control. Yeah. Well, I only realized today, that is. I knew about it from earlier, because of, SV. Oh, speaking of which, actually... Then I know the not, yeah. Pretty much. So I was playing this earlier on today, and me and Espy were going around the mountains getting materials. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff. I have no idea what to do with it all, actually. So... We're not split. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. Well... I'm gonna have to use the cart anyway, so... Might as well, just take it all with me. We have a bunch of stone because we were doing mining of silver. So, the first thing on the agenda is to make some better armor. Here we go. Right, so the plan is here to take the silver out. and start getting it smelted. Oh god, even with the settings like really low, this place is still awful. I don't think, well, honestly, it probably is just if I got a CPU that had more cores, I think I would be fine. God, my cape is acting up. Well, whilst they're doing their thing, I should get more coal from the Surtlings. Things are so much better here. I could also drop those cores off. Have I ever tried Risk of Rain 2? Yes. I actually really like that game. I have been meaning to pick up the DLC and play it again. I just haven't gotten around to it because I'm in a different phase at the moment. Hey, hun. How you doing? Good. Woke up late. I'm sorry, hon. I hope you can get caught up. Processable items are done. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, the lag here is really, really bad because of both the VTuber and the stream. There isn't anything I can do about it, unfortunately. But, yeah. Oh well. I think SB was working on getting a lot more coal set up. Did he? Oh, he burned through it all. So basically, the vast majority of the silver that's in here is the silver that we collected today. And SB did most of the refining after we collected it, whilst I was doing other stuff. But, yeah. But whilst that's doing its thing... let's take this cart full of stone. And drop it off. And grab all the stone, take it to... the Plains Farm area. That I will be working on. Actually, I'm not sure I can get the cart through the farm. I might have to, yeah, I'm gonna have to crawl through because it's just a singular gate. Okay, well that's not a big problem. I've got a Rune of Warmth. Which allows me to... oh dear god. Oh. Sorry, I just got a DM. I'm just responding to something. Right. Crawl. Now we just have to crawl our way through the farm to the teleporter. Gaia and Coco. This is dumb, just like stacking rocks like this, but they are cute dogs. But they are little shits too. Especially Gaia, right, hun? Those boars still not calmed down. Oh, I just picked up the raspberries again. Oops. No, they've not eaten any of the raspberries. Let's see. Wild frightened. Wild frightened. Yeah, they have not actually touched any of the food in here. Alright, hold up. I think the fires are indeed scaring them. So I'm going to dismantle these. Hey SB, how you doing? Do you want me to hop onto a VC? I'm gonna drop the materials from the bonfire in here for now. Just eating? Alright, well let me know when you hop on and I will hop on as well. Or I'll hop onto a VC. I'm gonna try removing the torches that are nearest to them as well. Wait, Ben put a campfire here. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of that too. I'm gonna get rid of those. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. And get rid of this. So any fires that are near them are now disabled. That should help with keeping them calm. Yeah, they're now instead of just running around like wild things, they are actually attacking the walls. Which means that they should calm down once they can no longer line of sight me. Yeah, it really was, wasn't it? It was just that there was too much fire around. They were getting scared by the fire. I should put a workbench down near here, though, just to stop spawns. Because taking the torches out will have probably created a bit of a gap somewhere. Yeah, just put them around randomly. Yeah, I'm just chopping wood with fire, you know, as you do. There we go. Oh. They're building up happiness. I can see the hearts. Heading on now. Alright, I'll hop onto VC. Hello. Can you hear me okay, SB?
Yep, I can.
Oh, I can hear you too. Good.
Are you by Pin Island?
No, Penn Island is going to be a much later project. I'm at Plains Farm.
Right, do you need any help with me? Otherwise, I'm probably just gonna farm a bit more of the Elder.
Oh, I would like to fight the Elder a bit. Let me go and make my armor though, because the I found out that it was actually the fires that was making the boars not calm down and not eat the food.
Ah,
It was
alright, no worries.
it was just keeping them in a state of perpetual fear, so they wouldn't calm down after I left.
We know what we'll throw now.
Oh yeah, before I'm gonna make my armor, my wolf armor and pants. The stream keeps buffering for you. Oh no. Is it alright on my side? It looks like I've got a stable bitrate at the moment, but I'm gonna keep an eye on it a sec to see if it goes red. How are we doing? It might drop frames though, because when I'm in the village, because you know, CPU's absolutely getting hammered in here.
It doesn't help this. Open New Zealand.
Right, let's make the armor before my game kills itself. Oh, I'm sorry, hun. I'm gonna fully upgrade the armor as well. We have so much.
Oh, that's what's attacking me.
Nice.
Skeleton.
I'm now at 99 defense. Let's see, how much does it cost to upgrade the wolf cloak?
You just need silver and wolf pelt, if I recall.
Yeah, I've just fully upgraded that too. Right, I'm gonna put my, have you got the Elder's summoning item?
Yep, I do.
Alright, I'm just gonna go drop off my old armor in my house because it's still, because it's like, at least the chainmail, it's like fully upgraded iron chainmail, so it could be useful as like a hand-me-down to someone else. Or as a backup item in case I die. Which I hope I won't, but you never know.
Don't worry, the Elder's not too bad.
So I'm now at 102 defense.
You have much more than I do.
Oh, I should upgrade my shield as well, because I think the silver shield is one of the best you can get in the game at the moment.
The buckler, yes. If you just want pure blocking, then you need the tower shield stuff.
I don't like having my movement speed reduced that much, so...
That's why I'm aiming for the thin ring armor. Because that doesn't reduce my movement speed too much.
Even connected with LAN and... oh... So it's Twitch doing it then?
More than likely.
But it's only on my stream. That really sucks. Is anyone else having that problem? Like, how is it for you, Gaster? Yeah, your speeds should be absolutely fine for 1080p stuff. It's like... that shouldn't be the problem. And it just buffered. It's fine for you. Well, I think I'm basically ready to go. I could... actually, yeah, I want to quickly upgrade my shield. I need fine wood. I should probably also get my axe. Is there a better wood cutting axe than the bronze one? Or is that... oh yeah, there is. There's an iron axe.
Oh no, there's something better than that. You see like all the axes after the iron axe, yeah? The battle axe and the crystal battle axe? Those can actually be used to cut down trees, although the crystal battle axe isn't as good.
I don't see the
Apparently.
crystal battle axe.
Oh, you don't?
No. Oh wait, no, I see them now. They're up at the top. Crystal battle. So I could use these as well.
Yes, but the crystal battle axe is more for weaponry, for fighting.
Wait, so what about the bat? But that would mean the battle axe is as well, right?
I would think so, but But, you know, axes in this game are multi-purpose. You can smash it into someone's head, or you can use it to cut down a tree.
Yeah.
If I recall, the crystal battle axe is two-handed?
Yes, the battle axes are two-handed. Both of them. Oh, actually, we don't have much fine wood. I'm not gonna upgrade my shield for now. Right, let's go fight the Elder.
Alright. Elder portal. Since we're nearly out of fine wood, that's something I should probably look into.
There might not be much that can be done at Alagaster because it's only affecting my stream.
Right, you got everything ready?
Yep, food buffs are still good, so...
Right in front of us, it seems.
Wait, the Elder takes spirit damage? Or it's just his roots?
I think the roots can as well. I'm not too sure.
Drops 2 cores. Did he only drop 1 at a time for you before?
Yeah, but probably since you're here, we need two.
Yeah, it scales. Hey, Kitty.
Another one.
Here's the thing though, Aster. If it was to do with me, it should affect everyone. We need to get fucking chunked. Yeah, we're farming him for drops. How many cores do you need?
I already made all the ruins, I just haven't upgraded them.
Alright.
If I remember, it takes a core to upgrade them as well for the next quality level.
60p is buffering.
Oh, that's a lot of fire damage.
Yeah, his roots take spirit damage.
on me. If we take away 3, that means we have 9 that we can... Wait, no, not 9. We have 10 total after we make the other 2 ruins.
Okay.
I can math.
I'm gonna bombard him with frost before I hit him with my...
Keys.
Or more keys for the obliterator.
Unfortunately, for the keys, what am I looking for? They only give like one coal.
Better than nothing. I picked it up. I also think I picked up a swamp key.
Yeah, my inventory's full. I have a lot.
How many seeds do you have left?
I still have 19.
I'm gonna drop one. I know that won't actually give you another summon, but, you know.
What would that count?
Yeah, like, once I'm getting, like, multi-stacks of the burning on the Elder there, I was, like, the ticks were doing, like, 150 on him.
That's a lot of damage.
Blood damage?
Hey. Okay, so you've got a core... Wait.
I have
Okay,
two, I have 2 cores on me.
Okay, thank goodness, that's why I'm counted.
This feels like bullying.
Really is at this point. Okay, so we have 20. 20 total. One more. Should probably be more than enough.
Make sure to give me some of those cores because I need them to make my own invigorate rune and stuff. Whoa, what just happened?
Hmm?
Oh, Steam just said I got disconnected. For some reason. Like, it just said friend, it just like popped up saying friends list unavailable. I'm just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that happens. Okay, oh no, I didn't mean to throw all of it down.
I've picked them up. How many did you want to give me?
Probably just give me like, you have 24 total. Or
22.
22. Just give me like 10. Or I can probably just summon another one.
There you go.
Just one more, just for the hell of it.
Yeah, sure, why not? Thank you so much for the 2 years, Sordio.
Howdy, everyone. I'll be lurking about, but wanted to pop in and celebrate with you.
Run.
I hope you have a good time, Sordio. Thank you. My artifact skill is now level 38. That puts the damage thresholds quite a bit nicer now.
Nice. Okay. Now we both have 12. Hopefully that's more than enough. Oh wait, you still have to use 2, so easy. Oh, why do I keep throwing the entire thing down?
Do you want me to give you 10 again?
Yeah.
There you go. It's rolling away. Right, let's head back. Where's the portal entrance again?
This way. I really need to stop pressing Alt instead of Shift. Still sad we don't
Alright, hun.
Ooh, there's lots of rings over there. It would be a shame if they blew up.
So, have you actually been to sleep, SB?
No, I have not with you.
How
I think-
long have you been awake for?
Well, if we go by yesterday, I've been up since 3 p.m.
How many hours is that?
and it's like nearly 9 p.m. here, so nearly 24 hours, so about 21 hours.
SB, are you okay?
Don't worry, it's vacation. It's my vacation. I'm fine.
I can hear your eye
For the most-
twitching.
For the most part, I am fine.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go and finally build those standing iron torches that I was supposed to do earlier. I wonder if the robes from the Sage's pack will have movement speed penalties on them. I mean, they're robes, so you wouldn't have thought that they would.
Hope not. Or at least minimal.
Rune of Blink is... Oh, that's one's for the bones. So
Bone mass.
one... Yeah, bone mass. I have some of them already. Rune of Invigorate is rubies. Ugh.
Yeah, we definitely need to cover and do some warm stuff.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna make an Invigorate rune. I don't need the Force one, I don't think.
I would say the fourth one's just for meaning purely.
Yeah, Invigorate actually is practical.
Invigorate's probably the big one out of the... Aside from the her.
Yeah, Rune of Warmth is also good.
One frick.
Rune of Warmth is good not just because of its like passive stamina regen effect, it also has passive HP regen on it. So it's a very nice buff to have pretty much all the time.
It's just too bad it costs quite a lot.
Hmm. That's why I have Sage's Vault.
Oh fuck, skeleton.
Sorry, Gaster, I'm not following right now. But I can tell you this much for sure, I definitely wouldn't want to do a genocide route. They're probably going to be kind of mad at us using all the rubies for magic mods.
But
Then again, it's not like there's
I
much else that it can be used for.
think they're going crazy because of the goddamn grey dwarves and skeletons fighting here.
No, 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 no!
Huh?
I almost made a rune of force. Oh yeah, with a combination of like Rune of Invigorate plus Rune of Warmth, stamina like depletion is so low when sprinting, it's actually nuts.
Now, imagine combining it with Ikfir.
It's just not going to deplete at all.
Imagine it was actually a neat gain.
It would be a net gain, but if you're already at full, it's not going to deplete at all. Yeah, Rune of Invigorate is actually very nice. Hold on, I'm going to check to see which ones of my... So, Nature Magic... I'm going to jump a few times so that my stamina will deplete. Hey Minotaur, how you doing? I think Rune of Invigorate is nature magic.
I hope so.
Right, well I'm gonna go put the rest of my cores in storage. Hope stream is going good. It's going very good.
Public storage or personal storage?
Personal. I think if we put it in a public storage chest, it would crash someone if they opened the box.
Yeah. Oh, good. It's a good thing I've shoved prison boxes everywhere then. That means I can hide the cores.
Until someone finds your present box, opens it, and then their game crashes.
That'll be the surprise.
Jesus
Oh, no.
Christ.
The surprise!
The surprise is blue screen of
Your
death.
game crashing. But yeah, don't worry, there's like 5 prison boxes everywhere. There's like at least 7. Some of them are very hard to
Give the gift of Alt F4 this Christmas.
Oh yeah, did you get the rest of the silver from the mountain?
Yeah, I brought it over. I also transferred all of the stone from the chests in there to the plains farm area, like just where the teleporter is. God, even my own house is a little bit laggy now when streaming.
Oh yeah, while I'm here, I might as well try and find some fine wood. Wait, I need my axe.
I'm gonna go to the Surtling farm and get more coal. Because, yeah, we need to be going to the Surtling farm pretty much all the time. Have you pulled the lever on the obliterator? Because it was full of keys.
I have. We did not get many.
Dang. I wonder if Surtling cores are actually worth much coal. Like, if does the game have like a hidden value for calculating how much coal you'll get from Thor?
I believe there is. You have to put in like a few stacks of things. That's all I know. And also it's based on, what's the word I'm looking for? It's also based on the total amount of item. Like, if you put in keys, they take up one slot usually, yeah?
But it's only one item, so...
Like for a key, they take up one entire slot. And like for stackable items, you can have like multitudes of them.
Yeah.
So if you have, so basically if you have more multitudes, then essentially.
It's better to put in a large quantity of items rather than... So probably me just stacking Surtling cores in there probably isn't going to give that many. Unless, like, the weight of the item has a factor in the calculations, because 10 Surtling cores actually weighs a fair bit. Welcome back, hun.
Man, cutting down trees.
I got 40 coal from the Surtlings that round. Not bad.
No.
This is basically the way the game calculates it is that, yeah, they don't spawn if you're not there, but if 1,000 seconds has passed since the last time the spawners have activated, when you do come within range, it will spawn some instantly. So you don't have to just you don't have to AFK there. You just have to visit periodically for the.
Oh god. Oh god. The trees are all falling down.
What happened to your
One log.
laptop? Forced quit everything while you were away and took you back to the user sign screen? What the hell? I'm sorry then that happened to you. Well, my goal now is to do some deforestation.
I am already doing that.
Are you at the Plains farm? Or are you somewhere else?
Oh no. My spawn.
I see. I am going to be deforesting around the Plains Farm area because I want to turn that whole island into a potential building zone. Like, turn it into the Commune Part 2, basically.
Well, bad idea. Also, the main reason why I'm cutting down trees near the spawn is because we have birch there. Because I had the foresight to plant a bunch of birch close by.
I'm gonna train my sneak for a little bit by sneaking around where the pigs are.
How
All
much
right,
wood
hun.
would you need?
I hope you enjoy your food.
All that wood and only like 31 fine wood.
Hmm. There are some birch
Granted-
trees, or beech trees here.
Oh,
Have you played Deltarune? Hmm. I've played Chapter 1, but not Chapter 2.
one good thing about the stamina ruin is just being able to walk while encumbered.
Hmm.
Just on the ground.
I'm gonna keep
I
working
want-
on, like, the deforestation and building out. Oops, I didn't mean to do that.
If we have more iron, I can probably just make an iron axe. Really something else.
Because once you actually like deforest an area of Black Forest, it actually looks kind of nice. It doesn't look like, because it, like, you know, the greenery and stuff like that. It's just with all the trees, it kind of looks all gloomy and shit. I know it's not really a Black Forest anymore when you chop down all the trees, but, you know.
Yeah, I get that right.
Oh, I forgot to bring resin with me here, so... I'm not going to be able to build the torches like I normally do.
I'm just gonna make more bronze.
Fair enough. Probably the simplest way of doing this would actually be to push it backwards onto land.
I wonder if I could cultivate in the village. I did not.
I don't know about saying it's like outright better in a way. Like, it's definitely got a lot more refinement to it than Undertale, but then it's, you know, kind of makes sense that it would be. But narratively, it follows a very, like, different ideology. Like, my understanding is that the game has a very strong emphasis on trying to teach you that your choices don't really have any meaning. Want to see Gaster? I wonder if they actually do plan on having him in there or not.
Yeah, it's the 2.0.
I mean, oh yeah, you technically do see Gaster in Undertale, just as like a cameo sort of thing. Very brief appearance.
That's only under certain circumstances.
Yeah, when your like fun value or something is at a particular stage. What are these pigs doing?
A whole lot of fun.
Teamness 38%. Well, they are progressing a lot more than I've ever seen previously, which is nice.
Okay, I'm running out of birch trees to cut.
There's birch trees up here, so if you wanted to come to the to Plains Farm, yeah, and help me cut these down.
I could. Just need to replant some trees after I'm done with these birch ones. The forest is looking mighty bare. Only managed to get 4 seeds from all those trees.
Yeah, it's a net negative, isn't it? So eventually you do just run out. Which I think is kind of dumb.
At least it tries. At least they're trying to incentivize people to explore.
I think when I get back to the village to repair my axe, I'm going to make an iron axe as well. I mean, it does make sense that people who are interested in the same topics end up congregating, basically. Because they, like, creatively bounce their ideas off of each other and sort of thing. So, yeah, it makes perfect sense to me that people would, you know, stick together sort of thing, and that's why you've got things like the furry community in general, because, you know, similar interests, like, on a, like that, you know, basic idea sort of thing.
Some of these trees aren't growing because there's a rock in the way.
Right, time to fix my axe and... Where's the iron axe? I'm gonna have a quick look into what the like wood cutting thing is like all about. So wood cutting. Battle axes are not recommended for chopping because it's worse than a bronze axe and swings much slower. So yeah,
But one good thing is that you can spin.
well, I need to... Jesus Christ.
What happened?
It's just so fucking laggy.
I'm sorry.
Got nothing to do with... Oh, maybe it's got something to do with all of the metal that's just hanging out outside. Maybe I'll pick up some of it up. I've picked it up, and I'll put it in a chest.
Alright.
21 copper. And there was a stick of wood outside as well, for some reason.
Do you have enough room to grow
Bonk.
now? Goddamn breed.
Oh Jesus, it takes like, to upgrade the axe to rank 3, it takes 20 iron.
It's a good thing we have a lot of scrap iron.
Yeah, I guess. But I don't think I need to, because I'm carrying a bronze and an iron axe at the moment, I don't think I need to worry too much about maxing it out. I think I'm good. Because both will chop the wood just fine. It's just, yeah. The iron one has got slightly better durability. Back to deforestation. Gab for luck. Okay. Oh, the iron axe is doing work on these logs.
That's good then. I'll actually think of getting an iron axe. But then again, I could always upgrade my bronze.
I'm being attacked by blobs.
Where are you?
Plains farm.
Oh, over there. Give me a moment. I'm coming.
Like, I have no idea where they're going to appear from because of the spawn protections in the base.
Yeah.
I can see you flying over. I actually haven't seen any appear yet.
Is some of the pigs dead? No, wait, no. I see you.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen any appear yet. Maybe they...
are slow.
Oh, I hear
Oh,
some.
there they are. I think they might be better against. I think they're weak against cold more than fire.
That they're affected by spirit. Some of them have taken damage.
Probably fought some of the local fauna. Behind you.
I know that they actually are quite weak to lightning because they have like... because they're soggy.
Oh, yeah.
And we're done.
Yep, chain lightning.
Back to foresting. Or deforesting.
Oh, you killed the wolf.
What?
There seems to be wolf meat here.
Oh, there was a tame wolf that had gotten out. That must have been why some of them were damaged, because they were fighting the wolf. But they
Oh,
must have
shit.
died.
Sorry, the other blob. Ugh. Bad time to slow.
What's my opinion on Fortnite? I mean, it didn't get to be so popular as it is for no reason. It's just not my thing.
I need to go back to empty my stuff. Is this locked tame or is it?
There is a tame Lox out in the Plains farm, yeah. I think it's just one that escaped from the pen and it's just survived ever since. And now that I've disabled spawning of the more dangerous mobs, it's probably not going to get killed anytime soon.
Hopefully. world. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, these are nerves. The wolves are dying, the wolves are dying.
The wolves are being killed?
Yes, there's a bunch of slimes and oozes. Oh god, they're
Coming.
all dying.
I'm coming, but I might not get here in time. Are they...
A lot of them have died. Poison.
Not just a lot of them. I think so many of them have died that there's only one left alive in there.
The sole survivor. Or
Oh dear. It should be possible to repopulate this place though, because I think you can lead wolves through portals.
you can, and then there's also a mod for it. To help. Ironically, the loxes are fine.
I don't see what's ironic about that. They tend to be much more durable. Well, I'm going to try and spawn protect this area then, just try and stop that from happening again.
There seems to be cargo in the water with black metal. Okay, time for me to go through and drop off stuff. Oh, but oh goodness gracious, that's like that was like a whole herd of wolves, a whole pack.
Ben was trying to breed them. So that's awkward. Yeah, see if you can lead one of the wolves from the bakery over here and we can repopulate them that way.
It'll be a bit difficult, but I'll try. Just let me empty.
What? Alright, Nator. Thanks for stopping by.
Okay, time to kidnap one of the wolves. The door's this way. Come on, get over the ramp. Come on. Come on. Ah, God damn it. I have to lead it through the actual front door. Oh no, the dogs are escaping.
I'm sure it's fine if a couple of them get out, don't worry.
I can't leap dirt off the gate. Oh my lord, they're all crowding around the... Okay. I got one.
Did you even name... Some of them were named, others weren't. I need to go back to my house to get my cultivator and hoe.
Come on, Wolf, you can make it. Okay. Come on, dog. Okay, now stay still. The dog's not going through. I might
And they
have to
aren't our
kill
dogs
that
to
dog.
name. We're just trying to get... We're just trying to repopulate them so that the others don't realize that they all got killed.
I pushed the dog into the portal, but it wouldn't go through. So I think like we do need the mod.
Hmm.
Oh no.
I don't know what the mod's called.
I think it's the wolf teleporter or something. Oh my lord, this dog. Okay, then you can be on, okay, this dog. You can be on, gazebo duty. Yeah, the wolf's not following you if you go through a portal.
Damn.
Oh my lord, this wolf.
I need the bathroom. I'm gonna be right back.
Oh god, where did the dog go? actually started to fall asleep. Oh no. Hello there, Orem.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh my god, you two are still awake?
Oh no. It's like about 9, nearly 9 p.m. where for us, it's like 9 a.m. for me, so you should be asking me that question because I haven't slept since 3 p.m.
Gonna be okay?
I have an energy drink.
Okay. Also, hello Terano. Thank you for your hard work on the plains farm.
We also have bad news to share.
Oh god, what happened?
Uh, there was a slime attack. Blob ooze attack.
Okay.
We thought we cleared it all. However, the wolf pen, we lost all but one wolf.
What about the wolves inside of the house?
Oh no, this was at the plains biome.
Oh god.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello, hello.
Oh,
I
hey.
wanted to
said
drop in and
Orem.
I want to drop in and see. It's just like, are you guys still on Valheim? It's like, shit.
I mean, I took a break.
Yeah, I was only playing until, like, what, was it like 2 o'clock earlier, and then was, like, doing other stuff. But we've been going for a couple of hours, so... Oh, hold on, I need to hide the server information before I log in.
Hmm? Oh, you. What do you mean
I'm
you need to
streaming.
hide the server? Oh, okay. There's like, the heck? Wait, streaming on where?
On Twitch.
Which,
Oh, okay.
I don't think I posted the link in, on this server, but, I can right now, if you want.
TeranuTegu?
Yeah, that's right.
Yep. Incoming. And followed.
Oh, well, thank you.
You're welcome. It's like, oh my god. Oh. Sorry, partially. Actually, I was awake for a while ago. I'm just more like blah
Hmm.
today.
So...
Also, it's just like oh, go ahead.
Me and SB got a lot of silver earlier, so...
Oh wow.
we used up some of the, well, I think Drew used up some of them. We
If
Yeah.
you
barely-
mind it, it's yours to use. Like, I don't.
Where
I mean,
is...
I'm too lazy to use it.
Sorry, I cannot see anything at the moment because the things are still loading in.
My bad.
Okay.
See, there's still like 8 full stacks plus 29 in one of the chests
Oh
here.
my. Okay.
Yeah, and
Wow.
there's a lot of veins still on that mountain that I found, so
Yeah,
Okay.
only from free vein.
To be honest, I'm not surprised. Most veins usually have anywhere, at least 60 to 90. It's just like it's so it's like, but then the problem is always trying to carry it back out.
Hmm.
well,
But
about that,
yeah.
I think the teleporter restriction is bullshit, so I disabled it.
To some degree, I could understand that. And I'm saying this as, since I technically own the surge. Like, yeah, no, whatever. It's like,
Yeah, because the mountain that I think Fur found is near
I think I know which one. It's the southern one, right?
Yep.
Yeah, this one down here.
Mm.
Quite a journey.
Yeah. The thing is that also makes me wonder what the silver might look like up in the mountain closest to us. But then again, because it's the mountain closest to us, I wonder if that affects the silver spawn rate for that mountain.
Maybe.
There's also Modaire's, and there's also Modaire's mountain as well.
Yeah.
It's just like at the same time though, it's just like it's the preparation that we're gonna need for Modaire. Although thankfully, I think my experience is she's less difficult than bone mass, at least for what at least versus what you're allowed to have. Especially because once you get silver, you finally have the Draugr Fang.
Hmm.
But then again, that doesn't matter to you because you have ranged abilities already.
Yes. SB can tell you just about how incredibly destructive the fire staff can be against enemies, especially if they are both weak to spirit and fire.
Oh yeah. No,
Is,
I could definitely understand that.
Yeah, but here's the stats on screen for it right now.
Yep, I can see it.
And this is just at level 1. It can actually be improved. The only thing is that under normal circumstances, this is unobtainable until after Modaire. It's just that the staff that you are supposed to have before Modaire is bugged and doesn't improve your skill in artifacts. And since that one's a fire staff as well, I just spawned in the lowest level one that I could get on a different world. Because it's just like, the stats are very similar to a fully upgraded one from the previous tier.
Mm. Every time you keep on a side note, every time you keep on looking at those two things, it's like, I guess we're in Elden Ring again.
Oh, what, these?
But the two, yeah. Oh, I guess we're in Elden Ring again.
Technically, I managed to make some ruins of my own here.
But then I think, yeah, it's like I'm not. To be honest, it's like, wait, when was the update for the capability to actually use the staff? Because it's just like, I know because of the new updates, like it could have broken things. So it depends on the mod. Also, what's available, I guess.
This mod didn't seem to get affected by the most recent update, because it didn't need to be updated in order to work. There is, I know that there's at least one of the runes from Skyheim that does not function anymore, but it's not functioned for a long time. But it doesn't really matter to us because it's you only get access to that rune after defeating Yagluth.
Oh god. The thing is, though, it's just like, depending on also the progress that they do with the next biome as a whole. It's just like, I don't expect that to happen for another, 6 to 8 months?
Speaking of which, when I was exploring, I did find some mistlands.
Oh.
I didn't go into them, but when I saw that I'd stumbled upon them, I was like, oh, shit.
Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Because, okay, I'll put it this way. The mountain, the closest mountain to the village I did find the mod that changes or respawns and updates the seed. So
Mm-hmm.
because it did create it did create the new mountain tunnel,
Yeah.
dungeons and all that. So it's just like it does seem to work. So it's like, don't worry about the mistlands. I could always probably regenerate it.
Oh, well, that's good then, because I know that there's basically nothing useful in those biomes at the moment.
Yeah. It's just weird and creepy, and it's like, I can't say stuff.
Yeah.
Also, cool avatar. What kind of?
Oh, thank you. It's a VTuber thing, and it's a Tegu.
Oh, okay. Because it's like, striped. I forgot what. There's a specific like.
Argentine Black and White is the name of it.
Okay. It does look, and I love the little glasses too. It's like, look wizened and knowledged.
Yeah, this is it is kind of like my Sona. No, it's a Gaster. No, it is a Tegu. How many times must I tell you this?
What did he call it?
Keeps calling it a
Snake.
snake.
Eh. Don't, for me, it's like don't. For me, it's just like I'm just bird.
Hmm.
And like I said, that's the reason why Ben is like, look, it's Big Bird. It's like,
Yeah.
but holy crikey, the progress that you did with the planes. Oh, is this the other one? Oh
This
yeah,
is the
this is the northern one.
Well, this is the one that I've been working on. The other place I haven't really done much with, because I realized it was going to take an ungodly amount of stone to raise it to a suitable level. So I think that's going to be a very different project. So yeah.
Yeah, but then this island for what it is, it's like if we manage to gate it off, whereas like, especially
Yeah.
because yeah. But then the things though, if you open up your map to the left, it's like that area is definitely unexplored. But at least from what I know, because when I updated the map, it's like that area. Yeah, like you found those three. There's more. There's way more than that in that unexplored section alone. So we can now start. It's like we could like tar up our roofs and any other stuff.
Yeah.
Hot tubs for everyone.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that. So yeah, another thing I've been doing is I've been trying to like clear out all of like the shrubbery and stuff to make building and like flattening everything out as smooth as possible. Then it also is a good way of building up resources for actually building stuff too.
Mm-hmm. If we can get, if there's a base or at least a place that we could basically start sectioning off for this area, it's like I could work to also gather resources like mine and all that on my off times. Although right now, or at least for next until the end of, probably until the early part of April, I'm gonna be somewhat preoccupied. I mean, I will be on, but I also be somewhat preoccupied with stuff on my mind.
I think Benmo was also telling us that you were moving, so...
Yep. So we're a little bit place a little slightly bit more expensive, but more room. It's just like it's like, but then it's just like, it's just the planning of all of it.
Yeah, moving isn't easy.
But then it's like, it's something that that definitely need to be done. Although we're thinking of only being in the place for maybe 3 years-ish. And then afterwards, like, I'm actually going to look at buying a house. Although I'm very old for buying a house.
Me at 30 years old, still living at home. And we've lived here for like my whole life.
I do, trust me, I do, with everything going on, it's like, I do not fault anyone for that. Honestly, it's only like, those, it's like the weird crypto bros and the ones who, like, it's like, they always seems like, I'm gonna get it myself $1 million mansion. It's like, the hell?
Hmm.
More money.
But no, it's just like, yeah, just finding a house, and especially what I've seen of house prices, can be just so crazy.
Yeah.
Let me see. Here's a question: if you had to be rather in a horror movie or generic romantic Christmas movie, probably Christmas movie. I don't do well in horrors.
Me neither.
The thing is, though, the thing is, though, one of my friends told me, it's just like, it's like I don't like jump scares, but then it's like, I've seen a few horror movies. It's like, oh, okay, that's interesting point. But then just like, I'm also someone who goes through TV tropes and like just for fun. It's like, oh, okay, I recognize that trope. I never recognize that trope. Oh, that's what's gonna happen. Okay. Oh, I was right. It's like,
Mm.
oh.
Like predicting things.
But Hallmark. Oh, Gaster. I would rather do the Hallmark Christmas movies because I was born and raised Catholic, and all that lovey-dovey Christmas stuff is just like, oh, and also Filipinos is like, that's par for the course. It'll be fine. Hallmark Christmas movies. It's like,
I did.
oh no, the drama. It's like, please. But then no, horror movies. It's just like, I get that people panic or it's like get afraid or it's like do dumb things when they don't know, they have no idea what's going to happen or what to expect. But at the same time, it's like my head just goes, why are you doing that? Why are you? It's like the rational part of mind is trying to rationalize why people are being irrational because of fear. So it's just like for me, it's like I feel more annoyed than anything.
Understandable.
Although I have to admit also when it comes to like horror movies and so forth, it's just like there's a part of me that also gets very hungry at the end of them for some reason.
I mean, that's
Gore doesn't
fine.
really affect gore doesn't no gore I mean what I mean is gore doesn't really affect me, so it's just like Hallmark movie.
Okay.
So Hallmark movie. So basically a Disney movie except more anti-LGBT.
Oh dear.
Sorry, bad joke there.
Mm.
You right back
Oh,
in
hold
a
on.
moment?
I might as well take
Alright, it's
all of
like-
this black metal back through with me since, I can.
Oh, go. Yeah, go ahead. Although, yeah, I'd say go for it. What's your opinion on Hallmark? Hallmark Christmas movies.
It's been a while since. What's an example of that sort of thing? Because I'm not very familiar with the trope.
I'm trying to remember the one that I saw that I BF has family who watch that kind of stuff, and it's just like, what was the last one I saw? I'm gonna check IMDb. This is like,
I just brought some Ymir flesh from the merchant.
I'm looking at all the titles of these things, and I just realized, oh my god, these are so generic. I'm pretty sure if I licked the box, they would taste of mayonnaise.
Oh god.
Like, here's one. Christmas in Homestead. Sleigh Bells Ring. Christmas List. Baby's First Christmas. I'm just like, oh my god. I'm trying to find the one that I saw, and it's just like, these are so generic.
Oh, by the way, Orem, if there is ever a mod that I use on the server that you don't want me to use, just let me know and I will disable it.
Honestly, no, go for it. Like the only thing I would probably restrict would be like God mode and like things that would actually quality of life things and things that would create new builds. I have less of an issue with it. But then it's like if you're spawning Loxes in and dropping from the sky, or it's like you have a weapon that one-shots all enemies, it's just like no, it's just like it kind of takes away from it. But then you doing magic, holy shit, go for it. It's like I wish they would put that in Valheim. It's like who doesn't want to like throw fireballs from their hands?
Yeah.
I'm actually like very surprised they didn't add ruin stones to this yet, or
But yeah, honestly, it's like if it gives you build flexibility and it doesn't make you OP, it's just like go for it. And
Yeah.
honestly, versus the okay, I'll put it this way, versus the bullshit that we have to do. Sorry, I know. Sorry, I don't know.
It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I swear quite often on my own streams, so yeah, don't.
Okay,
fine.
so then pardon this swearing, but when a 2-star mother fueling comes and basically one-shots you through the highest level armors, yeah, no, make as many OP like not OP, but then strong builds deal with that stuff. It's like, what the hell? Really?
Okay.
A 2-star fueling?
I think I've seen some 1-star fuelings before, and
Oh, they hurt still.
They do. Chain lightning is very useful against a pack of fuelings. Actually, I got attacked by like I had an event where it was like you are being hunted, and it's basically a swarm of wolves. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, chain lightning was very helpful there.
If they were in for shock,
I got like
Or shock.
I got like 50 like wolf meat from that event. It was great.
Nice. Wolf skewers for everyone.
Mm.
okay. I brought some Ymir flesh.
Yep.
What's
Enough
Ymir
to make
flesh?
one frostner, and then
Yeah,
one
go.
that I brought
Uh,
6 total. One
So,
enough to make a hammer, and one just so you can touch.
cool,
Rub
go
all
for it.
together.
Yeah, if you have a Frostner, go ahead and upgrade it. Just like that, I rather really like that weapon. Ben likes the Crystal Balax, and I think that's pretty cool too. But then it's like, for the longest time before I got my stuff, it's just like I still keep my Frostner. My Frostner is actually inside the little cooking house, the little personal chest. It's in there. So it's just like, yeah, it's like I have it with me just in case.
Something else I like about these magic mods is that they do actually integrate skill lines in for them as well, so there is a natural progression to
Oh!
them as well.
That's actually really cool.
So
I
these
actually-
ones
okay,
are from
that's a nice-
Skyheim.
That's a really nice touch, honestly.
Mm.
I have to appreciate that they went that way.
Yeah. And then the artifact skill line is for what the mod that's
your
called
staff?
Sage's Vault. Yeah. So I kind of think of it as using it like an analog from like Skyrim is that the artifact skill line is like imagine it's like using magic staffs in Skyrim, and the runes are just regular magic that you're casting yourself.
Okay, I understand. That is actually really cool.
Which is why the
I have
staff
to- I
doesn't
have to-
use mana.
I have to appreciate the modding community. It's like, oh my god, I actually like that. It's like, although there's also part of me that's just like, aside from this village, also it's just like, if it's like I said, it's like I control the server. It's anything. I could always create another. I can create another server. It's actually not that expensive for me. So it's like create another server. It's like I could actually take a look at creating a seed, but then it's like the difference is you would basically have whatever you have on your back, or it's just like I kind of want to see more creative stuff. It's like I want to see I want to see like a one village like think medieval castle like village things, like everyone lives in there. It's like the siege of trolls, and it's like then it's like get in longboat and explore of the blank and that kind of world. But it's because I can add more servers to this.
Like you
and
mean
just,
like an
or I can
island
make-
fortress sort of thing?
Yeah, that one. However, I'd also have to take a look at it's like what I would have to do is basically take a look at what seeds can be generated and what would be a lot. Ooh, toxicity. Gasser, nice choice in that one. I actually like the toxicity, like very thematic on that one.
Here's the thing, me picking what Pokemon I'd like to be is probably different from what my favorite Pokemon are, because it's kind of like how most of my OCs are like large lads. Yet my Sona is just a fairly like average, if not slim, kind of character. Where I view myself in a different way from what I like. I like looking at, I guess.
For me, I OC. If I had to pick an OC, I honestly could. Okay. The Pokemon that I would relate to in regards to my character, and I would say it's like would be my OC, would probably be Braviary, just because it's like if you put my character next to Braviary, it's like yeah, I can see the resemblance.
Hmm.
But
Word.
if I had to choose my 3 favorite Pokemon, including the most recent generation, my first favorite was Deoxys, just because the scientist in me is like a DNA Pokemon. It's like holy shit! And it's like oh, it has multiple forms. Oh my god! The second one, and because I see, and he basically he helped carry me. It's like oh my god, this is a cool Pokemon. Urshifu, without question. And I hope they have other forms. And then my third one, just because it's a classic, and I liked the character. I liked the Pokemon series growing up. Nidoking.
Nidoking's a good one.
Yeah.
My favorites are, well, Swampert is definitely way up there.
Aw, nice.
Yeah, like definitely my favorite starter. Then Greninja is also up there too. And Tyranitar is another one that I
Ooh.
really, really like. But in terms of a boar has been tamed. I've tamed the
Nice.
boars. One of them at least. Where's the
Yay.
other? Are they both tame or is it just one of them? Or did one of them die or escape?
I hope they didn't.
Oh, it's an uppercut with the hammer.
Tame happy. The boars are both tame.
Nice.
Cool.
Okay. Toss the mushrooms. Let's start making sausage.
Well, there's already some food left in here, so... But what I can do is I
Okay.
can actually just break down one of the doorways and make a door now.
Okay.
I'll just make a regular gate for now, because I didn't have enough wood on me.
Oh, it's fine. It's not like the boars are going to magically sprout. Wait, never mind. I forgot this is like the
Big
boars can
Kahuna.
magically sprout wings.
I saw
I take that back.
I fucking saw Big Kahuna outside of the village at one point. I was like, wait, why is there Oh, and then I found like a pile of meat and leather scraps. I was like, okay, Big Kahuna has snuffed it. Oh yeah, this is a tame Lox, by the way. It's just chilling out here. Yeah, I don't know why it's out here.
I don't know why either, but as long as he stays alive and he doesn't kill things, it's like okay, sure. If anything, it's like since there's a plains nearby, it's like all we need to do is like. No wait, how many more Loxes are in there?
There's a lot of Loxes in the pen. They can be bred.
Okay. Well, if anything, it's like all we need to do is get a saddle. It's like, yay, time to drive.
There is a saddle actually in one of the chests that you made still in there.
Oh, okay. Then don't worry. It's like if we need to move a Lox, we'll move a Lox. But ooh, Gengar. Gengar I see is very popular, but it is a good Pokemon. I actually used him for a while on my team.
Mm-hmm.
Toxtricity. Oh, Garchomp. Garchomp is one of the classic cool dragons. So, kind of wish they gave him a better Mega though. But yeah, I'm thinking it's like, yeah, Pokemon those 3 just because it's like, one's like scientist, second one's like One Punch Man. Well, not effective. but it's like I really like the design when they revealed it. And third one's because it's a classic I knew and liked for a long time.
I'm trying to think which one I would pick to be as myself.
It's always hard.
Sorry, what?
It's always
Yeah,
hard.
it's always hard to pick one. It's like not just one that you would like, but then it's one that would be closest to the representation, what you would feel most comfortable, quote unquote, being.
Hmm. Oh, a grey dwarf.
But yeah, ooh, it's like at the Great Dwarf. It's like really.
I am not gonna play Despacito. That might mean that there's an area here that isn't properly spawn guarded. Let's take a look. Basically, what I'm doing is I'm putting a craft bench down, and then I go to the furthest that it's like, because basically the spawn guarding is where the craft range is, and other player base items.
Seeing about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So wooden standing torches also count. So I just put a standing torch right on the perimeter, and then I use that as the guide to put down another bench.
Okay, understood. I have to admit, it's like when I'm looking at this and it's like the things that we would have to do, it's just like when I look back at our village, it's like how spread, how it organically grew out in the direction that it did. It's just like, but then the problem is just like, because it's all spread out and how everyone is like, cold winds, like, which direction is that coming from?
That's kind of why I think it would be nice to have an island like this just completely spawn guarded, so if an event does happen, it doesn't even really matter because there's nowhere for the enemies to spawn in from, because the event mobs follow the same spawn rules as just regular enemies.
Okay. The thing is though, with this island, just like we'd have to definitely make sure. Okay, there's still spawn. Where is the thing?
Yeah,
so
I haven't covered this area yet. This is a part I need to work on.
Okay, no worries, no worries. Keys. More back. Oh. Violent when there's no food around. Oh. Okay, that was a good response. It's like, wow. Although I have to admit, I also remember seeing it's like your ESO characters, like is that the skin? Is that the lava one actually?
It's called Dusky Guarhide.
Oh, okay. It's just like
And
that looks very familiar, and I've seen it before. It's like, ooh, it's like, holy crap, that actually works really well.
it is such a nice skin, and it's a large part of the reason why I like how my character looks enough to want to get art of them, because I actually have asked Ben to draw him.
I have to get mine drawn, except the thing is though, it's like I unfortunately have the one skin that, when you think about it, might sensibly would make some make some sense in terms of scale coloring, but at the same time, it's just like, good luck coloring it.
Oh yeah, it's like pearlescent or something, isn't? Yeah.
The opalescent skins, like, it's not just white; it's white and blue and opal, and it's like, and you've seen my armor,
basically.
And I wear glass armor, so yeah, the problem of having shiny, shiny in detail.
I forgot to bring my stone hoe with me. I need to go and grab that in order to actually level out places to put the thing.
Understood. Oh, actually, also, SP, have you created your have you created your necromancer yet?
Yes, I have. I actually finished the tutorial, and oh god, something's burning.
Oh, God. Just like it's like, and oh God, something's burning. It's like, oh,
Oh no!
One of the dogs is on fire.
No, the wolf got into the hearth!
Yep.
oh no!
What the fuck? Why is this on fire? Wait, what?
Wait, the wolf where?
Wait.
In the bakery.
Never mind, it fixed itself. What's up with these animals and their teleportation powers?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
We have Brutus who just flies.
I think I have an idea of what Pokemon I might like to be.
Ooh,
Noibat.
do tell then. Noibat. Ooh, okay.
No, no.
That'd be pretty. I can see that. Yeah. Actually, actually, when I think about it, it's like the colors of your character, it actually it actually syncs very well with that too.
Hmm.
Noibat. Huh. Alolan Raichu versus Cantonian. Yeah, I think they did a really good job with the Alolan Raichu design too. There's something, I guess, more approachable or something. Not to mention Surfing Tail. It's like,
But that's what we have Pikachu for.
ha. Yeah, but then this one's psychic powers.
Honestly, if I could be in those what are they, mystery dungeon games, the ones where they give you like a questionnaire at the beginning and use that to determine what Pokemon you can be. Honestly, when I've played those before, I always fudged the answers so that I could play Mudkip.
Oh god, we have the...
But the most recent one allows you to pick rather than being a series of questions.
I think there is one that does that, yeah. But honestly, if they gave you the option to either through the questions or just pick Noibat, I would probably do that.
Noibat. That would actually. Honestly, it's like, if anything, because of how the Mystery Dungeon series are, it's just like, because all the starters are there, it definitely has to be one of the birds. I'm biased, so it's just like, now with Quaxley, it's like, wow, there are 4 starting birds. It's like, choices, or like, this, or like, look at all these choices. Yum yum.
Okay, so back to deforestation and actually finally getting the workbenches and stuff down. Did I?
Deforestation.
Yeah, like the crafting benches and stuff.
So wait, you need to deforest. Are we basically deforesting the Dark Forest then?
Yeah, I'm basically clearing it all out, so it's almost like a blank canvas sort of thing.
That would definitely give us like space to basically plot things out too.
Yeah.
Here, let me come on. Let me come on, and I'll help you do some chopping.
Cool, thank you.
Ugh. But Tara,
actually-
aside from Valheim, what? Oh, sorry. Good.
I was gonna say, I'm looking forward to when we actually do defeat Modier, because then I can make the mage robes.
Ooh. The mage
but-
robes.
Yeah, go ahead, what were you gonna say?
I was actually gonna ask, because of your channel and so forth, aside from Valheim, what else do you play on stream, or play, period?
Final Fantasy 14, Genshin Impact.
Ooh.
I do occasionally play The Elder Scrolls Online on stream, and I might actually be picking that up again a little bit more because of the fact that I've just finished leveling all of my jobs in 14, so I've got less to do in the game now.
Okay. But
At
then,
least-
wait, have you, but then have you also done, I mean, what else have you, I mean, in Final Fantasy, it's like, so you've done all your raids and you got your gear up?
I actually don't care about endgame raiding. It's something that I honestly just find too stressful. So I used to
It's not
do
worth it.
endgame raiding back in A Realm Reborn, which was like the Binding Coils of Bahamut, and it was something that actually I quit the game over because it was just, yeah, it was too taxing on my mental health.
Understood. For me, like, yeah, comparatively to me, it's like I just do light trial stuff on ESO myself, but the thing, so I have to admit, it's like I do feel envy whenever I see like the Final Fantasy 14, like some like, yeah, it's actually really, it's like I appreciate the fact that like, oh, it's like, you could do all your you basically all builds on one character, and I think the only thing that I don't like. Well, no, I have to. It's like I have to say the gear grind is actually much easier than WoW. Wow. But then it's just like I also appreciate ESO's gear. It's like it's like they're set to a certain level. It's like okay, it's like now all you need to worry about is the sometimes three, but then it's also the five piece to see what alters it. So it's just like nothing really goes bad, and the fact that you can now reconstruct it's just like oh, okay, it's like oh build, it's like put some crystals in, it's like try this out. Okay, that's actually cool.
Yeah, I
Sort of
do
thing.
appreciate that the Elder Scrolls has a point where there is nothing higher level, but the difference comes from either your own personal growth based off of champion ranks, or on, or as they add new set effects in, some of those set effects might have better synergies with your class or what have you, and better use. Like, for example, like one of the staple endgame pieces for healer being spell power cure and all of that.
Yeah. But the thing is, though, it's like it's not only the healers that can do it, because it's like actually technically anyone can. It's just that it's most efficient on a healer. At the same time, it's like the tormentor set. It's just like I see that on Templar tanks because it's like you have your charge attack that's like taunt everything next to you sort of thing. So it's not a common set it's not a set that you would see very often on some other classes, but it's like on a Templar because you could like fling yourself in with a lance. It's just like yeah, okay, sure, I can see that.
Yeah, makes sense.
But then yeah, it's just like the different ways between Final Fantasy 14 and ESO do their classes, how you pick her. And it's like I always hear really good things about the story, and it's like I've seen a little bit of it myself. It's like, oh, okay, that's actually, it's like, I think the one thing, it's like, although it would also make the game very big, it's just like if they added more voice acting, I think it's like it would definitely. I feel like it would definitely add more for it, especially it's like when you can start associating. Or it's like more moments that can stick in your head sort of thing.
Yeah, I think, honestly, when it comes to voice acting in 14, I think they strike a good balance of having characters voice acted that are important, but not going so far as to kind of oversaturate it, because an issue that I have with, and this isn't just Elder Scrolls Online, this is a problem I have with Elder Scrolls on games in general, is because every single random NPC is voice acted, and it's just the same handful of voice actors. It all becomes so samey and generic that I kind of just want to tune it out. So,
Dragons in your homeland. What are you going to do?
Yes, that.
This one
sort
does
of
not
thing.
know, but yes, I can. Where's the portal? So I'll make my way to you.
And the portal for this one is in the vineyard.
Oh, okay, the vineyard. Okay, it's like you have so many portals. Like, which one is it this time? It's like, oh, right, this one. Okay, running up. I'm coming with my axe.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you are right, because like the random NPCs having, and then it's like you're hearing repeat voices and all that.
Yeah.
At the same time, though, it's like not everyone can get Kate Beckinsale to to voice.
Hmm.
Uh,
Yeah, and there are definitely just generic NPCs in 14 that get voice acting, but it's only during if it's a generic NPC that's appearing in an important cutscene that you'll
no,
have
yeah,
generic
no,
voice
agreed,
acting.
very much agreed.
So that's why I feel like it strikes a nice balance, because I think it would be, and I think this is a problem that other AAA games are having problems with as well, because actually this reminds me of something that a fairly large content creator was talking about on a podcast recently about Horizon Zero Dawn, that there's a lot of characters in that game, but when you go and talk to them, they just say something generic like, I don't have anything to say to you right now or whatever, because they're all just like backdrop characters.
No, you're right. That does make sense.
So, yeah, I do think there is some merit if it's done right, to voice acting, as a whole world, but it's like at the same time, with an MMO, with the sheer number of characters that they have to walk a very fine line between what's relevant and what isn't.
Things I also watched a friend do Guild Wars as well, and just like that one's not bad in terms of voice acting, and I like the fact that the character is actually, technically voiced too. It's like it's a generic, it's like for the given. Oh my god, there's so many logs in the water. Oh well.
Yeah, the locks was rampaging a lot and caused a lot of things to roll around.
Oh, we'll be fine. It's just like
The problem with
my
Ito
God.
and Genshin is because he sounds like a 15-year-old. Well, yeah, because they basically
you
got
sure
him to...
he's just not a 1,000-year-old dragon?
No, he's twig.
He's the twink Oni that I'm so mad about. Anyway, the
Is that the one
reason...
they said?
Hmm?
I'm trying to remember. Is this the one that people said, oh, look at him so beefy? It's like, and you're looking, it's like, wait, what?
Yes, that's him.
Oh, no.
He's the Oni who is just basically a dude with red horns, whose in-game model is just a stick figure with a JPEG of abs slapped on him. The English voice actor for him is Max Mittelman, which is the same voice actor as Ryuji from Persona 5. And it feels like the person who was directing his voice basically turned around and said, Ryuji from Persona, yeah, do that. And so he sounds like Ryuji, way too much like Ryuji. And even in his behavior, he feels like Ryuji. But he looks nothing like him, and it just doesn't feel like it fits.
Oh, so the dissonance between what you're seeing and... Yeah, no, I think I get what you mean.
Yeah. I need to drop off a bunch of wood.
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just breaking everything down.
My run skill is going to end up capping at this rate. I'm at 71 run.
Nice. Time to go for the Olympic gold.
A baby pig has just been born.
Aww.
Who needs axes when you have firebolt?
Oh yeah, the fireball rune can actually break trees down.
Log in the water? Just firebolt.
Yeah, that's unless it's a hardwood tree like birch or oak, then you have to go in and chop it. The fireball only works on soft trees like fir and beech. What else is clogging my inventory? Is there so much stuff? Alright, get rid of this.
Okay, this log is too hard apparently.
Sure, we're basically clear cutting the dark forest down, right?
Yeah, everything must go.
Okay. All right.
And
For
eventually I'll
clearance sale.
eventually I'll also mine out all of the rocks and stuff as well, because that
Oh,
will,
we will need it after all.
yeah, that's exactly the thing. It will be useful for a build, because I have actually set up a stone cutter somewhere as well. I think what I'll do is I'll focus on trying to get the spawn blocking set up for the rest of the island.
Understood. What I'm more worried right now is like, and I'm trying not to do. I'm trying to aim carefully. It's just like I'm trying not to accidentally aim for the workbenches because it's like, oh no, they're spawning in. I accidentally hit the workbench. I just don't want to break it.
I can repair them if needs be.
Okay, I need to. 1 second. I have to also create wood piles because like I just realized like, oh, why am I not collecting? It's like, oh right.
Hmm.
So there's going to be miscellaneous wood piles as I proceed through.
That's fine. They'll get used eventually.
Time to burn them all. Wait.
Well, that's what SB's been doing. He's been burning them into coal. That's how we ended. Well, wasn't just that. He also got coal some other ways too, but that's how he refined all of that silver.
It helped that we didn't need a lot of items.
True. I mean, it's like the thing is though, especially because what I know is just like we don't need silver armors. It's like once we already did some plains excursions, so the biggest thing that we basically need to do is just make a farm and be able to process it. That way we could just skip silver and just make the silver weapons only.
I actually have already made a fully upgraded set of the wolf armor. Well, head and pants. The hat I'm using is from the Sage mod.
Okay. I have to point out, it's like you mine for it. It is yours to use. At that point, everything else is just whatever you leave behind is basically just generosity. So it's like, yeah, you mined it, use it as you see fit. And we appreciate any leftovers that you leave.
A lot of leftovers, as a matter.
This one stump is... Oh, wait, there you go. I'm trying to make sure I get the stumps. It's just like,
An attack helicopter? What are you talking about, Gas?
The cart is now full of wood.
Yeah, it is. Right, there's the torch. There's where I've left the torch. So this should be fine. Just drop it there.
is it just me, or are there trees just like growing as we're cutting them down?
I don't know. I don't think that that's something that can happen.
What That's the thing. I could have sworn that I. Anyways, I'm just going to make more wood piles. Put them there. It's like we're not going to be hurting for wood piles. Do we take care of this? Do we kill the saplings as well, just in case?
Yes, everything.
Okay.
Nature will rue the day that it crossed me.
Oh my god. You sound like SP also that way. It's like you will rue the day. It's like,
Well, start ruining.
Give me the flower then. That's what we're talking about, right? Rue?
Okay, what's over here? That's a rock. I shouldn't put a bench on the rock because it'll eventually get mined.
We could put it temporarily. Ah, no, no, don't hit the workbench. Don't, oh my god, it broke all over the workbench. Oh no, it's going to the... Mm.
And a good
Hit the
time.
workbench.
1 second. I am... Oh, this one's floating in the water. I'll get back to it.
Place where I can put the bench down. Hello. Nope. Need to flatten this out a bit more. That should be fine. I'm probably reaching a point where I might be overlapping a little bit on some places, but overlapping is better than not having coverage at all.
Oh, and we just had one spawn.
Oh. Where you are at?
Yeah, where I'm at. It literally just appeared right next to me.
Oh no, it
Coming.
ran right behind you.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Okay, my fault. It's just like I didn't. It's like, where the hell did you come from? Time to die.
It means I've probably got something over here I need to work on.
Well, the thing's though, it's just like the. Do we have a whole forge on this side?
No forge has been set up yet.
Okay, we might want to put a forge just because, like, I'm using my. I am using my. It has quite a bit of life, so it's just like. I'm also trying to make sure I get all the stumps.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, no, I know these things are basically... Because I know I cut down these trees. Heck. Or these saplings. Just like, where are you coming from?
Those saplings might regrow.
Unless we suppress it. I guess. Because it's like, it still counts it.
Oh, greylings have spawned, so that means there's something... Must mean that there's something over here that needs spawn protection in. Crafting, workbench... Mega sus? How about... Hold on. Oh, it's not showing up. Dang it. Maybe it's this one.
What's not showing up?
There we go. Noise said I could use that emote or that animation he created of the twerking Moogle.
Oh my.
He called it Among Us.
Okay, sure. Among Us. Come on, give me 50 more wood. There you go. Actually, why am I... Oh. That's why I can't carry anything more. I was wondering, it's just like, wait, I know I can carry more than 1 sack of wood at a time. It's like, it's like, oh, my inventory is filled with everything aside from just plain wood.
Literally everything else.
feathers, rock, and all that other stuff. Actually, I'm just gonna create a chest to stuff these things in. Just by these pile of wood.
All right.
It's like
I heard the laughing of a fueling, but I think it's on the other side of the island.
I hope so.
Oh no, it's swimming over here. It saw me.
oh,
Chili treated it.
Oh, it's a one-star
drown.
fueling too.
Chili treated it. Watch it drown.
Yep, it's dead.
oh, I mean, okay, granted, it's like I would agree because feelings like, oh my god, you guys are just like.
It got what it deserved.
I mean, fair. Concerning.
Oh, watch out.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I need to collect some more wood because I've run out whilst I'm doing all of this building.
Wait, you ran out of.
Because I'm I'm not chopping it down right now. I'm actually just placing the workbenches and torches.
Oh, okay, okay. What?
I'll come and
well,
collect
come
some
over
from
here.
over
There is
here.
a ton of wood on the ground for you.
Excellent.
Like, run over. It's like vacuum it up.
The Hoover you were.
Oh, yeah, I don't know how to make.
Where did you put the cheese?
There's just a random chest in the pile among the pile of the stacks of logs.
Here it is.
There's some random deer hide and deer meat in here too.
I mean, probably just fell on him.
Hmm.
But we're making progress. We're halfway through.
Yeah. Project deforestation and project industry, basically. This would be a nice place to have like a secondary base set up as well, because it's so far up north. It serves as like another stopping point before heading up even further north.
Yeah.
Too bad there isn't anything up there yet.
I broke one of the torches.
Hold on. Coming. I'll replace it.
I'll stand where I broke it.
But yeah, the amount of enemy spawns I've not seen very many enemies reappear at all recently. Right.
That's good.
There's not a workbench within range here. That's actually concerning. Just a sec.
It might have been. Do you think it might have been smashed in the
Possibly.
deforestation attempt?
Possibly, but it is also possible that sometimes the enemy spawns will destroy a workbench because they will attack them on sight, basically.
Oh yeah, because they aggro to.
But any player base item it will have aggro priority on enemies.
I guess they're Luddites.
Yes. Right, new workbench needs to go down. I have been visited by a cat.
Ah,
Oh,
We
my
have
axe broke.
like... Oh.
Go ahead, go ahead.
We
saying?
have 4 Maine Coons that are under a year old.
Aww.
And one of them has placed herself in the cat tower next to my computer desk. It's, she's like, her fur is basically pure black. So, and we called her Nyx.
Nyx, N-I-X or N-Y-X?
NYX.
Ooh. Greek goddess of darkness.
Yes, my sister. Well, actually, I haven't played it myself, but I do like the game from what I've seen of it. Yeah, Hades is a popular title.
Okay, I have to point out, it's like, yes, I actually love the game too, but I knew Nyx because I loved Greek mythology growing up, so it's like, oh, I recognize that. So when I saw the game, it's like, oh, I know all of your mythologies and what you're about, it's like, what kind of people you are. It's like, you're all kind of dicks. Am I wrong?
No. And it's kind of funny because the whole thing is basically you having the whole plot line is basically you dealing with family squabbles.
Well, I mean, I have to point out, technically God of War was also dealing with family squabbles. Just differently.
In a
Sorry.
very different way.
One of these is not like the other. One of these is it? No, wait. I wanted to say deicide, but it's like no. What is it when you? What is it when you Japanese teenagers kill God?
I think deicide is actually the correct term.
Okay. Okay. Okay, coming back into the fold. Oh my god, I think are we? Yeah, we're already halfway through.
And I'm a large part of the way done now with spawn guarding the base. Sometimes I think fuelings are able to see the torches if I put them on the coastline, but eventually that place will probably get walled off anyway, so it won't matter too much.
Yeah, I mean, the fuelings have troubles going around getting through structures to begin with, but once we have a stone cutter, it's just like, it buys us time that, we'll hear it.
Apparently if you set up wards, a ward will flash if a structure within its area of protection is being struck.
Ooh, really?
The problem is that wards are a pain in the ass to manage permissions on, because before it goes active, everyone has to interact with it first in order to have build permissions inside its radius. Otherwise, it's just the person who placed it that'll have permissions.
Hmm.
There are apparently mods for tweaking that, but yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just thinking, it's just like, how do you bypass that issue? Oop, I better eat food. It's just like, I remember it's the whole, having a ward and all that actually would make things easier in terms of like keeping people out, but it's like I never knew it's like it also restricted, even repairing and that kind of stuff.
But they say the only way to do it would be for everyone to be on when the wards are being placed and interact with them, or set up a mod that allows the person who makes it to change the permissions for players without them being present. But I don't know enough about ward modding to know how to do that. I know that ward mods are very popular on PvP servers with like clans and stuff.
PvP servers, like, I I don't know if I want to do PvP. I feel like that's like too much added stress. It's like,
Oh yeah.
oh look, there's another person. It's like, ah, why are they killing me?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do PvP in a game like this.
Oh. You get sniped by a Draugr. It's like, ah, hell.
Also, I think I'm gonna call it here.
Okay.
Me
Aye, SV.
pass out.
Do take care and
Ye-
have a good rest, alright?
I'll
He's
try.
literally
I
not
just
slept for like...
an entire day now. Well, nearly an entire day.
Then have a good long sleep and recover. Oh my god.
Well, dude. I'll probably be up in like 4 hours anyway. So,
Fueling.
yeah.
See ya.
Take care. Let me see. Okay.
So there's a chunk of plains biome here too. That on this
Yeah.
side of the island. So I need to deal with this.
In the middle of the Black Forest, there is definitely a ridge or like a very small one that I think we're gonna need a lot of stone to basically resurface. That way it's a little smoother.
I was thinking...
Otherwise, okay. Okay.
Yeah. I was thinking about doing something to that effect there because navigating around that bit is awkward. Oh, you're in the water, are you? Get zapped. But I have already, like, spawn protected the ridge, I think. Or at least I've done as well as I can with it.
Understood. I think once we can, like I said, we're already halfway through clearing. Like you guys made a lot of progress, and I'm just here, like, patching in when I can. But once we can get an idea of it, sorry, there's a fir tree like literally at the top. But once we can clear the area, just like it makes it easier to get a.
Yeah. Getting like a foundation set is kind of the goal at the moment, for me at least. I know that it once the Elden Ring hype dies down, and hopefully some of the others will come back and be like, oh, let's build stuff here.
Well, the thing, so what I'm finding out about the Elden Ring is like the meta is like like the weapon stuff and things are starting to settle, and so now people are kind of hyper focusing on that. Besides with Elden Ring, it's just like it's a case of the end game after fashions and all that. It's just like trying to being more completionist at that point. The thing is,
Yeah.
it is a larger game that allows for more, but then it also requires more than one playthrough. I won't like, I won't knock it for having that, but at the same time, it's like, oh god,
It is a
some of the
big
more
game.
obscure thing. Have you played it?
No, I've been very tempted to pick it up. The problem is that what I always end up having with Souls games is I end up getting frustrated with it, putting it down, and then never going back.
Ooh. Excuse me. Okay, I think I see what you mean.
Forced PvP is one of the things that has always put me off them as well. I know that I think Elden Ring has made it optional as long as you don't co-op with people.
Kinda, yeah.
Because Ben thought that he was being invaded despite not being in co-op, but he was actually being invaded by an NPC, not an actual player.
Yeah. That's a story. There's technically a story about that and all that, but
Yeah, like NPC invasions, yeah, whatever. That's just a thing. But actual player invasions, I don't want to be forced into that. So
yeah, no. The thing though, it's just like it's also because of the fact that the NPC invaders, like more often than not, it's like it's not like you're on equal setting. It's like one of my friends who started like maybe a week later than everyone else. it's like, oh, it's like I go in and it's like, oh, I want to do some multiplayer with my brother. And it's like, and then they basically got murdered by someone using a cheese build. And it's like, really?
Faith builds are very cheesy as well, from what I've seen in PvP.
Which one?
Faith builds.
Actually, it's bleed. Actually, that's the one. And there's also, unfortunately, there's a skill in the game that actually has an unusual interaction
Oh.
that that basically causes like just being around the person while this effect is active basically kills them in like 5 seconds, and people are
Jeez.
now exploiting it.
Ooh, that's not good.
So, and then there's also like what everyone is the joke that's been going around. It's like, I want to show you my Dex int meta or my Dex int build. It's like, you mean the one that's almost a carbon copy of almost everyone else? So, which is like they're settling into meta, but the thing is, it's like the meta is like it's either your bleed or a Dex int, or somehow you're making a cheese build. So it's
Oh,
like
wait.
to reduce the interactivity generally.
There's a tame wolf out here. Wait, I can take it back to the base.
Saved. Now to give them a lot of meat to repopulate.
There's already a bunch of meat in there. But yeah, I'll take it back to the base so that it can... I thought all the wolves died that were outside of the base as well, because I saw, like... Because SP found, like, dead wolves, like, meat and stuff, outside. But cool. They survived. And actually, I think I'm almost done covering the whole place in stuff.
Cool. Okay, gotta vacuum up more wood.
Oh my gosh. This is a very big project, but I think it's going to look really cool once it's done, because we can, like, level out the terrain and stuff, too. And
Yeah. Leveling out the terrain, I think, is going to be the bigger job, just because it's, like, the case of trying to...
Might I recommend the Invigorate rune from Skyheim?
It's more... It's not the stamina. It's the amount of materials, especially with the ridge that we have here. That's going to require quite a bit to basically level out.
Oh yeah,
I wish there was an
requirements are very
easier.
high.
Okay. I just wish there was an easier way to, like, you know, even things out rather than it's just like.
The leveling tool does feel a little bit inconsistent. If anything, this would be like one of those things that I would go into creative mode to do, but that's like I don't know if there's any actual way of doing that. Creative mode is just
Not
like, why are the the boars have escaped?
Really?
How did you... I am confusion.
I think this is very much a case of when we say when pigs fly, it's an inevitability in this world. Because that's the only way that...
I just don't know anymore. Well, at least honestly, having them be free range probably isn't that big of a deal at the moment, because it's not like there's going to be any monsters around spawning to kill them anyway for the time being.
For the time being, yeah.
And the piglets are still inside the pen, so that's fine. Come on, in you go. Get in. Get in the pen. There you go. Stay. Now get jiggy with it with the other wolf. Here, have some more meat.
But yeah, the one thing about Elden Ring is like, if you want to have friends, then you have to face the fact that you're going to be dealing with there's a very high chance that you're going to be dealing with invaders. Like NPC invaders is like, if you could figure them out, it's like you can fight them. Like that's kind of the point. It's just some people who, and I think there's the rare, okay, maybe not as rare, but it's just like, then you come across the players who actually, play the game, like, not necessarily fairly, but then it's just like, understand the role of it, I guess, or I don't know. It's just like, it's like you have a chance to win. Like, it's like, so long as you have a legitimate chance to win, then it's like, okay, I could understand that. But if you're basically cheesing, it's like, okay, nope. It's like, I'm going to exploit this tiny little thing about you, and it's like backstab, backstab, backstab. It's like, stuff.
Or like the Demon Souls people who had freaking like lag switches and stuff.
Oh god.
There was actually like a streamer called Shenpai who was playing through like the Demon Souls remake as like her first Souls experience.
Oh.
And when there's a boss in that where you're forced to fight a player.
Oh yeah, no, I know that one.
Yeah. And
the big yellow monk.
Yeah, that's right. And the player that she fought was using a lag switch.
Oh.
And it was like also using that build with that stupid ass spear thing that breaks your armor and weapons and stuff with corrosion or what have you.
No. Ugh.
And then when she tried again, the same dude appeared. So she like exited out and went offline to do that fight.
Yeah, that's not any fun.
Okay, I think this area needs spawn blocking. Yes, this one needs spawn blocking. So there's a bench put down here. Level this area out. And then...
If anything, having this ridge actually, it's like, because there's also a ridge, it's like there's not as many, there's not many trees, as many trees in this area, just because.
It makes it a little bit more convenient, I guess.
Oh, there's the stone structure here. I forgot that one.
Some of the things I don't think are going to be removable, but that's fine.
No, it is removable. We just need to bring a stone cutter there.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, because it's still technically brick. We just need to bring a stone cutter, and then we could deconstruct it as normal.
There is a stone cutter near one of the workbenches. You see the marker that says Plains Base? There should be a workbench there that also has a stone cutter next to it.
Okay. Well, right now the one thing about me in most games, like, if I'm given a directive, it's like I usually follow through with it. So, like in ESO, my self-directive is pick up everything from the ground, and that's how I became a farmer.
Fair enough.
So right now, it's like in my head, my directive is, we are going to cause deforestation. I'm here to deforest.
Oh, welcome back, Han. Yong is in the chat, and Yong's my boyfriend.
Oh, okay. Wait, Yong
Dasam.
Wait, I think I remember. Wait, is that?
Is he?
The name sounds very familiar.
You've probably seen his work before.
Oh yeah, I have seen that. Oh cool, I didn't know he was your boyfriend. Cool. Hello. Oh. But
So-
also, hello.
This so
But yeah, go ahead.
the person you're hearing at the moment, Young, is Aurum. He's the owner of the server that we're playing on.
I'm a friend of Ben's.
Actually,
Where's
there
that?
was something I've been meaning to ask you about. I do have another friend who's interested in joining in on the server.
Go
They're they're called they're called Crying Fat Cat.
Yeah, no, go ahead. It's like if you, I'm basically I basically gave Ben and another friend, like, if you know them and you trust them, feel free to give them the server information. It's
Cool.
like I have no problem. It's like the only thing is like if I start hearing from other people that there's griefing or it's like they're causing issues and on all that, it's like then I would take action. But so far everyone's been pretty cool. I haven't gotten any complaints. Although I have to admit, like, Ben did point out, it's like there was a point where he died. It's like I was panicking. It's like Ben. And it's like, oh, okay, that's my fault. But yeah, no. And then it's like his body disappeared. It's like, what the heck?
Oh yeah, the glitch thing, right?
The thing is, though, that's the thing. The dying glitch thing is weird because when he died, he lost his body. But when I died, like some time ago, my body duplicated, and my body held like max level armor and such. It's like I literally got a second set of my armor. And it's like, oh.
That is weird.
Although, but then the thing is, it also made Ben feel guilty because like he had his rude armor on, and it's just like we specifically went out of our way to be able to help him farm to get that armor because like as the archer.
Yeah, he actually asked me this morning to at some point if I've got time to go and farm roots.
Okay.
Because dealing with abominations is really easy for me because of the fire staff.
For me, I can now deal with abominations just because I now know how to get them in. I understand how their parry thing works. I'm working. The thing is, though, it's like you have the. I think you told me it's like you learned how to parry golems, and it's like I still have trouble with their spinning attack. I think.
Yeah.
Did I? Yeah. Did I?
I learned how to parry golems, and I can do it fairly consistently. When they're parried, if I hit them with the chain lightning spell, I do like 120 damage to them per hit. So
nice.
yeah, that once Modir is defeated, there is a sage staff. There's two sage staffs actually that I'm looking to make. One is the lightning staff, and the other is the Staff of Darkness. And the lightning staff, because basically from an elemental standpoint, lightning, as far as I'm aware, no enemies in the game are resistant to lightning, and they all become weak to it when they get wet.
Is there a way? Okay, is there a spell that causes rain or?
Not that I'm aware of.
Aw.
Would be nice if there was.
It kind of reminds me of a game that I played with another friend, Divinity Original Sin 2, and it's like, okay, cast rain, then electrocute everyone. It's like, I mean, yes. But yeah, it's like that would be cool. A staff of lightning.
The Staff of Darkness, the reason I want that one is because it's a hybrid staff. But so something to point out, all of the staffs from the Sage's Vault have spirit damage bolted onto them as well.
Okay.
So it'll be like one or but Staff of Darkness is fire and lightning. It just does half the damage of both of them versus the pure elemental staff.
Okay.
But against enemies that aren't resistant to fire, the Staff of Darkness would be really, really good.
Okay.
The other elemental staffs are... Well, Staff of Fire is the one I'm using right now. And then there's a Staff of Frost. And there's also a Staff of Holy. And Staff of Holy is kind of unique because instead of doing an elemental damage type, the Holy Staff does Blunt and Spirit.
Well, if I remember correctly, in terms of damage type, isn't Blunt like one of the strongest ones?
I don't know. I know it's not very good against trolls because trolls are resistant to Blunt. But against undead,
No, they don't have a brain
really
to smash in.
Against
Sorry.
undead, Blunt is incredibly strong. And because it's got Spirit bolted onto it as well, yeah, it's hands down the best one to use against any undead type enemy. But the staffs have an alternate fire, where if you're looking at my stream sec, the alternate fire for
Okay, I'll switch over. Go ahead.
So
Okay.
So main attack is just you're throwing a fireball, and then the alternate is an AoE in front of you, that can hit multiple enemies, and it uses 20 stamina to do. The Holy Staff is unique in that it's the only one that, basically the animation that goes off when you use it is the same one the Grey Dwarf Shaman uses, and it has a healing effect tied to it.
Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Combat prayer.
It's not very strong, so it's doesn't heal for a great lot, so it's not going to like save you from like constantly yeah. But it's enough to keep you going if you are like tanking things, sort of thing.
Okay.
But then the other mod has the Rune of Healing, which heals like 40 HP in the span of like 4 seconds or something.
Alright.
But that's on like a 30-second cooldown, so that's what balances that one.
That makes sense. Still, it's like I like the option that you can get.
And like all of the staffs are upgradable, so the damage output it can go up a fair bit. I think like at max level, the fire staff goes from being 65 fire damage to like 120 or something.
Like, okay. Oh, please don't destroy that. Sorry, I was kind of worried that it's going to break the workbench that you had put down. It's like, please don't.
It was fine if they get broken; they can just be rebuilt.
Okay.
That level 3 hammer that I have coming in videos.
Ha!
I actually probably need to drop by the village real quick to store all of the random junk.
Yeah. I mean, if there's stuff that we have like a ton of, it's like just obliterate it. At this rate, just like with the amount of material that we're getting from this, it's like we are leveling forests after all.
Yeah, there's probably going to be a lot of excess wood, so which is a good thing.
I wouldn't say we say excess wood, but it's like one of the few things like we tend to just like go through over time, especially if someone has a big construction project.
Like me.
Like it's like, well, then again, you did literally build a castle. I have my tiny little keep versus your, was it Chad Castle or
Chad? The Chad Castle.
The Virgin Keep versus the Chad's Castle, or I don't know. I'm not good at that. It's like I went through. It's like, oh wow, you have a balcony. You have
Yeah.
a balcony and nice fireplace, and it's like, oh my gosh, it's so
Hon-
lovely.
Honestly, the thing that I'm most proud of is the cellar.
The thing is, though, the cellar is effective for what you want to do, and it's like you have your brewing. You have a You effectively have a wine cellar, or a
Hmm.
mead cellar, if we're gonna be more accurate. It's like,
And the max level crafting stations in there. I don't know if you were around at any point when I'd said it, but I actually rearranged the forge in the village because the bellows wasn't actually doing anything where it was located.
oh, it wasn't connecting.
Yeah, in order for the bellows to
Yeah.
actually upgrade the forge, it has to be right next to it. So and I figured that out when I was building the forge in my basement. So once I realized that, I told Ben about it, and then I was like, yeah, I'll just move the thing in the village as well.
I always thought you just need to get you need to keep a certain distance. I didn't know. Well, it kind of makes sense. It's like the bellows is supposed to be. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
Hmm.
but thank you for fixing that.
No worries. Some items, if strangely enough, it's like they're supposed to not let you build them if they're not within connecting range. But I noticed that sometimes the anvils will let you build them out of range, which is weird.
Hmm.
But I think the bellows were put where they were during a time when maybe they were able to be further away. Because when it wouldn't let me build them anywhere that far out, it had to be like you'll see it when you next go to the village.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna drop this rock off here. Got so many puke berries.
You berries. Call it what it actually is.
I don't. It feels like such a silly way of getting around calling them what their intended purpose is. But
Yeah, I know. The thing is, though, is like you would think it's like at the same time, it's like considering we're Vikings and we're basically drinking a ton of mead. It's like, I mean, if you wanted to puke, isn't it just more like just stuff your mead full of your face full of mead? It's like that'd be a little more accurate.
probably
Ugh.
would. Actually, I probably shouldn't put these trophies in because they're a bit rarer.
Which ones?
I have a fueling trophy in my inventory, and I was about to put it in the obliterator.
Well, if we're gonna when we go to the plains and try to find more tar and all the other stuff, because we don't. It's like it's one thing to find. Yeah, it's just like we have. Oh, fueling. I hear the little son of. Where are you?
Oh, did it actually spawn on the island, or is it across the river?
Across the way. Across the way, they're swimming. There's 4 of them, however. I'm just like, really, dudes?
Oh, I might need to head back then so I can zap them.
They're in the water right now. And it's just like, really? Come
Oh,
on, get up here.
Even better, I can zap them in the water.
Yeah, they're just hanging out in the water. They're not coming up on land. Little
Oh,
pricks.
have they not actually seen you?
No, I didn't. When they got close, I heard them. It's like, it's like, really? Okay, one got on the water.
Would you rather be in your favorite video game but you cannot talk, or see, or only hear a being, or... Honestly, there's plenty of, like, worlds, or, like, video games or TV shows where there's, silent protagonist sort of thing, so it probably wouldn't be that weird if I couldn't talk.
I think it also has to depend on the video game too. It's just like, are you playing through someone's life sort of thing, or are you playing through someone's story, or is it like RPG where you basically make the story, sort of thing. Okay, I took care of the fuelings.
Oh,
It's
okay.
just like they finally got out of the water. It's like finally, walking into your doom now.
The Black Forest biome feels so weird without all of the trees.
I know, right? But it's also a bit of a. It also sounds weird because like you're walking through like the cleared area, but you hear Black Forest music, and it's like this doesn't sound right.
But the way it kind of like looks with it being all opened up and stuff, it actually kind of looks nice. Like with because the grassy areas are in the Black Forest, when without the trees covering up everything, kind of looks okay.
Yeah. This one looks actually more wild
I
Okay,
actually realized this is a good island because it's got a mix of Black Forest plains and meadows on it. A very small amount of meadows, but still.
Oh god. 1 second. Fuelings and then a shaman just appeared behind me. It's like, really? Oh wait,
Wait.
now the Grey Dwarf shaman is fighting. Oh, and never mind. I was gonna say the Grey Dwarf shaman was poisoning and they're fighting against the fuelings. I was like, oh wait, these are fuelings.
Oh, I've missed a
That
spawn
wouldn't-
bit then, haven't I? Okay.
No, they're walking. They're literally swimming. I watch them swim.
Yeah, but how did the Grey Dwarf Shaman get there? Because there shouldn't be any Black Forest on the other side.
Oh, that's right. I think there might have been a hole, or there might have if one of the trees I felled might have damaged or broken.
Yeah, let's have a look around.
Now it's also night, so this is a little difficult. There is oh
There's a
god,
gap
that's
here.
why the fuelings are attacking it. That's why. The fuelings are attacking the.
Yeah, that sucks because they're able to see it from the other side. If they spawn near enough to it, they can see it and just come over and attack and destroy. Unfortunately.
Okay. Wait, skeletons as well.
There's definitely a part of the forest that hasn't been covered then.
Well, we're almost done clear cutting it because, at least from where I'm sitting, I already took care of the ridge, the northern ridge area. So now it's just more of clearing the rest of the major part.
Did somebody say skeletons? Yes, Gaster, we said skeletons.
Spooky, scary skeletons. Wait, it's not Halloween yet. Or for a while.
It doesn't matter to me. It's always spooky month somewhere.
Fair. The thing is, I can see it. I can literally see the last few trees.
Okay, I see. I think I found a spot where I think they're spawning in from. It's in the ridge.
That kind of makes sense, actually.
I should be able to counter it with some torches. Do you want to have a bad time? No, I don't want to have a bad time, thank you.
Only good times here.
Hmm.
Okay, make some more log piles.
Also, we're going to be getting a fair chunk of core wood out of this too, because of the occasional
tree.
like pine trees.
Pine tree. Yeah, the pine tree. I was like, wait, pine. Yeah, you're right. And the core trees, they're strong. They make stronger structures, don't they? Versus just regular beech.
I believe so, but you can only make like poles out of core wood.
Hmm. I just realized I could have just picked up the Elder Power and like blazed through this area.
Oh yeah.
That's always the one. It's like that's always the one power that's like the forgettable one, just because it's like it's only really useful in one sort of situation, whereas almost everything else is like kind of flexible or in situations that you definitely need.
Yeah, like bone mass.
Yeah, it's like, oh, a crowd of fuelings is coming to get me. Bone Master, run the fucking hell. Like, no! Leave me alone! Okay.
Alright, I should get some wood piles down.
We are so close to the end, though. I could see the last line of woods.
I also have enough to make core wood piles. That's cool. This is what this is what capitalism does.
I mean,
This is this is literally like the Lorax. Grey dwarfs spawned over here, which means that there's a crafting bench that needs to be put down somewhere.
I can see I'm on the edge over here, and I can see the swamp in the distance. Like, no, we're not gonna try to.
Let's
I'm
not.
just thinking, it's like, who would build a settlement in swamp area? Honestly.
Rack?
Okay, fair point. I give fair. I'll give you that point. Yep.
Too bad you can't pick a green skin color for your Viking.
Oh my god, that's true.
I can't believe that they let you make like like pure like grass green skin colors in like Elden Ring.
Oh no, I've seen so many handsome Squidward ones. Like, really?
I like the one where someone went to the effort of making like Megamind just so that they could do the no maidens.
The no. Yeah. I'm kind of glad that they have such good. You know, it's like they allow to have such good character customization for like the faces and the skin colors, even though like 90% of the time they are probably going to be wearing a helmet. It's like there's a certain bit of dedication right there.
It's kind of a shame, isn't it, that like most of the time you're not really going to be able to see their faces.
Yeah. And it's like the built-in alteration thing, it's just like, it's mostly just like, oh, we remove the cape. It's like, really? The cape's kind of the cool part too, though.
Yeah. Helmets equal sexy. There is actually an entire like subset of of people on like Twitter and stuff that are very into that look.
I mean, it's protection. Protection is sexy. You can't see the face I'm making, but yes. As one of the as one of the BFs have put it, I have a very good troll face. But yeah, no, it's just like I think it's like when you're like I think it's also in Final Fantasy 14 by at least for me, so it's like you can alter it so that way you don't have to wear your helmet, or it's like you could wear a hood instead of like. I'm so glad they made that possible.
Oh yeah, there
Just
is
that
a
way,
glamour
like,
system.
you know, the funny thing is, whenever I hear about the Final Fantasy 14 glamour system, it's basically to put their Rothgar into the speedos. It's like, okay, I get it, but it's like, really?
Oh,
I mean,
there's a lot more than that.
Oh, I bet. It's just more like, come on. Just, I understand that, but at the same time, it's just like, please, please assemble more stuff. And I've seen some really good designs, and okay, if anything, I'm very glad that Final Fantasy XIV does not follow the issue of more belts on some of their armors. So it's just like, okay, props to them for that one.
Oh yeah. I think... Why do I have black metal in my inventory again? Jesus. How does this keep happening?
My axe broke before this last line of trees. I can literally... Okay, I'm gonna run back. Okay, make more wood piles in the way.
I need to head back and repair mine too.
I need to drop off everything else in the chests. There's something both like frightening, satisfying, and saddening about things like the piles of wood. But we're almost done deforesting.
Yes. It's progress. Ben's gonna log in at some point and be like, Jesus Christ.
But hey, think of it this way, it's like, actually, if anything, because of the way the layout is, it's like we could literally move this entire fort towards the middle of the island, so that way half of it is on plains and half of it is on Black Forest. And we could basically, yeah, it's like we could make, yeah, the idea is a self-contained farm. Farm, and then we can have the loxes and all that.
It would work really well.
Okay.
Where... Oh yeah, I need to drop off this black metal. This chest has actually got quite a lot of black metal in it now. It's got like 5 full stacks. Oh, 6 full stacks actually.
We can't smelt it yet. But then,
Blast
if anything,
furnace.
it's just like... we're gonna need that much anyways, because it's like... there are only so many things that you can make with black metal.
I'm assuming that they'll add more stuff in once the next update, major update comes along.
The Mistlands. Although, from what I saw, the Mistlands people are like, oh, look at the cute little bunny. It's like, wait, there's something wrong with that bunny. And then also Moth. It's like,
Oh yes. For anyone who has watched Monty Python, they know exactly what's going on with that fucking bunny.
Okay, I am going back in. Just the last line of trees. Then the only trees left will be the ones that we choose to let live in the fort.
Yeah, we can like strategically plant trees.
I mean,
I
we
actually
certainly have
really
a
like
ton of
oaks.
seeds.
Mm.
The oaks, the big one?
Yeah, when I've seen how big oak trees can get, when you
Mhm.
plant them, it's kind of nutty actually. Yeah, this place looks so much different now with all of the trees gone.
Lord.
And there's one of the tame boars is just wandering around. They're like free range.
That's what makes their meat so supple when we finally have to put them. Oh, I made myself feel a little sad about that. But yeah, no, it's just like the last line of trees right here.
I'm gonna try and get rid of stumps and stuff that have
That were left over. I think
Yeah.
I'm trying to make sure that I get the stumps too, but then it's just like maybe I missed it, or if it's like when they do when the trees are basically twinned.
or fused to a rock like the one that I just saw there.
Yeah, I can't get that one. I have to. I'm gonna clear out the rest of the wood first.
It's alright. I bombarded it with a fireball and it's gone.
Ah. The tree thought it was safe.
Yeah, this really does feel so different. It actually is like, now that the sun can actually reach the ground in this area, it just looks like meadows.
I mean, I imagine meadows with with a little, like, it's almost like a darker green to it.
Hmm.
And I like the touch of ferns too. It kind of reminds me of the few hikes that I've done where I live. It's just like, ooh, look at all the ferns and such.
Yeah. So is there any... This is a workbench overlapping here. Okay. There's a workbench overlapping here. Workbench here.
One, two.
Something interesting that I've noticed is just is happening with some of the wood here is that it's stacking up on its own.
I think it's because I imagine it's because like if there's like a pile of 10 and there's too many other items around the area, it just does it itself to save on resources.
That's
Like or
convenient.
it definitely helps. Although at the same time it's like kind of confused like wait, how come I kind of pick up this one piece of oh
I mean, it's not like we're going to need it, but there are some copper deposits dotted around as well that we can strip out.
yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, we'll be breaking them down anyways because of the stone that we also get from those deposits too. And we're definitely going to need the stone.
Oh yeah. Oh, I should be able to deconstruct this little shack here, actually, because there should be a crafting table near it.
There's two more trees left and I'm about to chop down the second to last one.
Nice.
Come on, stump. There you go. The last tree is the single lone pine tree that's stuck in the rock. But the rock is about to go.
I can see the tree that you're talking about in the distance.
The
Just
one
wait.
the one resisting.
Just waiting for it to come crashing down.
And with the setting sun, 1, 2,
And
3.
there it goes.
Boom. And clear.
We have completely,
Capitalism!
we completely destroyed an entire forest. We are terrible people.
Hey, the forest attacked first.
But I swear
Okay.
it was self-defense.
Okay. Now to make tons and tons of wood piles scattered over the world.
Yeah, convenient to access for when we need to build stuff.
Okay, there we go. Now I can clear out the logs. There's some logs I left behind over here.
There is so many logs.
Of course it's super dark. Miscellaneous. Okay, so out of curiosity then, when you play ESO, what do you play mainly for?
Mostly just to do questing and exploring and stuff, really.
Oh, okay.
I like to get all
Like-
of the skill points and stuff as well. Like I like completing the maps.
Oh, okay. For me, I haven't done much questing, but partially it's also because I'm waiting for a friend. I basically wait with a friend, so that way we could do it together. So that way we can we do it together as a pair.
Hmm.
I always am the healer, so it's like I go in, it's like, and they're the DPS, so it's like, make sure you kill the boss. It's like make sure I stay alive. It's like, kill. But then again, Templar is just breath of life.
Pretty
Generally.
much. Yeah, I am. Well, I'm similar with 14 now. Since Young plays it with me. We always try to do like the main storyline together.
And then the dungeons too, right?
Yeah, at least when first time sort of thing.
Okay, understood.
Yeah, the new Alliance raid that'll be coming out next month is one of the things we'll definitely be doing together because yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
Okay, cool. Is there a particular? Have they talked about much about the story about it, or?
It's gonna be exploring the 12 deities that are like it's like a pantheon that has been established as existing in 14 for a long time, but they've not really had much of a center stage. And so that's kind of what this Alliance raid is going to be focusing on, from what we understand so far.
The Pantheon? Like,
Yeah.
Pantheon of...
The 12 gods of Eorzea, basically.
I thought... Wait, the 12 gods, as in, like, Bahamut, like, or is it, like, a completely different group?
No. Bahamut is called an Elder Primal in 14's lore. It's like an extremely powerful summoned entity. The 12 are suspected to be kind of similar in a respect because they're just an entity of faith, but they haven't been like summoned by the people of Eorzea. But they're basically they're patron or like guardian entities, and when you create your character, you get to pick which one is your patron deity. For example, I picked Thaliak the Scholar, and some of the others that exist are Halone the Fury, which is like the patron deity for Ishgardians. It's yeah. Each of the races or city-states tends to have one of the 12 that serves as like their patron.
It almost sounds like, with the names that they have, is like... Are they something like... They almost makes me think, it's like, are they ascended...
And I don't know. Maybe that's something that they'll explore in this Alliance raid that's coming up. Previous expansions Alliance raids have been normally paid some sort of homage to something else or have been a crossover. So the original set of Alliance raids are 24-man raids, basically, but they're not considered hardcore content. They're more casual oriented.
Okay.
The original set of Alliance raids was the Crystal Tower raids, which is basically heavily based off of Final Fantasy III.
Okay.
The second ones was called, I think the overarching line is called Shadow of Mach, which I don't know if they directly connect to any particular Final Fantasy game, but one of the main antagonists in that one is Diablos and basically Final Fantasy VIII.
Yeah. Yeah.
The ones in the next expansion is heavily based off of Ivalice from the Final Fantasy Tactics games. And then from Shadowbringers, they went out of left field with that one, and they actually did a crossover with Nier Automata.
Yeah, I saw. Oh, and also I saw all the glamour that came from that one too.
Mm-hmm.
It's like somehow I knew that I knew the costume would be popular for obvious reasons.
Oh yeah.
But then that's actually pretty cool. The thing is, I have a friend who played Nier Automata and 100%ed it. And it's like one of his absolute favorite games. It's like, although he did say it's just like he could definitely see it's like there are definitely points that were very obviously fan servicey. It's like he can appreciate it, but at the same time, it's like it kind of felt like it drew away from the thing sometimes. But then go on. You were saying it's like so you're going to meet the 12, the Pantheon of 12.
I don't know if you're gonna meet them, but the idea is that it's more focused around them. So might be learning more about what I'm hoping for as we actually learn about their origins, because something that I don't think we've ever really been told is how did they come to be.
Okay.
Why do Eorzeans have this pantheon of 12 gods? Where did this worship of them originate from?
It's like I kind of wonder how they would investigate that kind of thing too, because it's just like whenever I think about it's like a pantheon that oh really, fueling? They're swimming over again. But then it's like when I think about pantheons and it's like, are these people who manage to achieve apotheosis? So it's just like these are people who found some way or found some power to basically become gods. And
That'd
it's
be
like, what are
interesting.
the implication? Yeah, it's like, what would be the implications of knowing that you can become a god?
Well,
sort of
here's
thing.
the thing. It's something that they've actually already explored to an extent with the primals in 14, because in 14's lore, Shiva is actually just a mortal elf lady who falls in love with a dragon and is kind of treated as a martyr by the people of Ishgard. And the first, but also the first heretic sort of thing, due to the war that happens between Dragonkind and Ishgardians. But that's something that you actually explore in Heaven's Ward and address and deal with. There is a character that you meet who, through her own envisionment of who Shiva is able to create a primal of Shiva who is herself a real person. And primals are godlike entities.
Because they basically have access, or they have a capability for elemental power, or
Yeah, they are like beings of pure elemental power and are extremely powerful. And are normally the objects of worship of certain races. But it's like she actually becomes the vessel herself for that power, so she becomes the primal. Yeah, she becomes Shiva.
how come she chose to do that?
Basically it's because she wants to stop the war between dragons and Ishgardians, and she thinks that's the way to do it. But yeah, again, the story of Heaven's Ward explores that, and that's how you kind of get to know her.
Okay. I mean, noble goal and all that, but it's just like at the same time, it's like, is it the right thing to do too?
Oh yeah, that is a big part of what Heaven's Ward is about, is trying to
Exploring the consequences.
not just exploring the
That's actually
consequences,
really
but
cool.
also finding out what the actual true nature of and true cause of the war is.
That's neat. Okay. Okay, no, there's still a log over here. It's like, I think we have all the logs now. It's like, I'm looking here, it's like, okay, look around.
Probably the vast majority of them, at least.
Yeah, it's like, we'll pick up the... But it is clear. I
Yeah.
think it's effectively... Wait, there's a stump. Gotcha.
And then the next part of the project would be just to mine out all the rocks, I guess. Something I found out with the cultivator is that spawn points for like branches or singular stones, the cultivator can be used to destroy those spawn points. And it also, I think this is because of the plant everything mod, but I can also use that on like cloudberry bushes, for example. And if I do it on ones that have not yet been harvested, I get 5 cloudberries from it, which is the exact amount needed to replant the bush later.
Oh, that would be. There's wood around this ridge.
I'm pretty sure that the saplings are not respawning. It's just that there was a lot of them.
Yeah, that would make sense. But yeah, there were a lot of them.
And there is a cluster of logs over here that haven't been chopped yet, so I'll deal with those.
Okay, I'm working with the ones that are trapped in this ridge area. It's like, I'm already here. Okay, got that. Really? Fueling?
Did it cross the river again?
Yeah, they're crossing from the river.
Yeah, I think I'm probably going to want to move the stone cutter over there and just make a wall. We're going to build a wall, and we're going to make the fuelings pay for it.
I mean, yes, I would actually agree with that. It's like, yeah, little things.
Where'd my bronze at? Oh, there it is.
I need to get around this. The water's too deep. Okay, I actually can't chop the... I can't chop the wood in here easily or safely.
Oh, is it the because it's in the water or something?
Yeah, because it's in the little ridge, and I'm trying, because I don't have the mod the others do, where it's like you can attack while in water.
Hold on, I think I should be able to deal with these.
Okay, I can go swim out to collect them here.
There you go.
Geronimo.
Because once a wall has been built around the, that side of the island, the Hulings won't be able to see the base items anymore, and they won't be able, and they
Yeah.
won't aggro to come over. As far as I'm aware, they don't player-made walls. They don't see them as base items, so they don't aggro on walls alone. It's only if they see something behind the wall.
Hmm. At the same time, though, considering the size, like I think we'd want to put some distance anyways between the edge of the water, and we'd build towards the, like we'd be building towards here, so that way, one, it's like it doesn't there'd be some distance away, but we'd still make make it possible so that way they don't spawn on the island itself.
Yeah. That is partly what the plan is, but having it walled off is just like an extra layer of safety, I guess.
Yeah, agreed.
There's like this massive stone pillar is over here as well that we could easily work with. But it's nice that the island is basically safe now. I don't think that there's... I think everything's been covered now.
Now it's just clear. Now it's just more. Now that we can see the full layout easily, we could figure. We could do. Come on, break. There you go. I'm breaking down last pine logs. Also, the rain doesn't help.
No. And...
Oh. Speaking of which.
And it's over.
Maybe I should. It's like, do I have secret weather control powers? I wish.
If you complain enough, you can do anything.
Ha! I don't think that's a life lesson that's... I don't think that's a life lesson that's a really good one either.
Not in this like world environment now.
Okay, picked up these wood. I'm also looking at the layout this way. It's like this ridge is going to be such a pain to build around.
Yeah, that's why I think leveling it out is probably going to be a better option. Let's see. Actually, I've got some rocks on me right now. I could test this. Raise terrain. Let's test it from somewhere like here, for example, like this. It could work. Actually, we would probably want to mine that rock because that is like a good source of stone there.
Okay, I'll be right there to help you. I'm just getting this last log that I have up here. Okay, there you go.
I have become the ultimate Karen. What?
The ultimate Karen?
That reminds me that there's a lot of people in 14 who have called themselves like Karen Manager Slayer or something.
My God. It actually speaking of Karens, also I think someone made a D&D monster manual entry of Karens. And it's like it describes like yell for managers like psychic damage, and it's like what throws that you have to do to survive. It's like it's a
God.
little excessive, but it's
I
like
love it.
funny as all hell too.
Just trying to get rid of the water in the ridge.
Understood.
There's a tin deposit here, so I'm gonna collect that real quick.
Okay, there we go. I think that's all of it.
Nice. This is actually not going too bad at the moment.
Yeah, if getting rid of the river makes a heck of a difference. Wait, why am I carrying this? Oh, right. Now I'm hitting my weight, the issue of weight. I have black metal on me. Wait, actually, I'm gonna drop. Let me drop the stone that I have so I can pick up the wood. Okay. I think. Let me check.
Actually, a lot of boulders and stuff to work with here. Hopefully that'll get us a
Yeah.
large part of the way through.
I'm taking a look now that things have flattened. It's just like there's this area right here that just needs just a little bit of flattening. And then there is a rock over here that needs to get moved, but it's just like, yeah, if you can see the map, it's like you can see a bit of the contour. It's just like building right around this spot would be perfect because you could see like the distinct Black Forest Plains divide right here, and it's like the furthest point. You know, it's like the nice middle of the island sort of thing.
Yeah. I'm actually gonna
Okay, well,
like reduce the height of some of this as well.
I'm going to, there's There's a workbench on this rock, but I'm not going to move it just because it's like it's going to change the spawn thing. Actually, where the rock is right now is actually a really good spot. It's like it's now technically the almost the second highest spot in the area. I'm gonna find the stone cutter and I'm gonna get rid of that structure in the distance.
Okay.
Do you know? Do you remember where the stone cutter is, or is it in the base?
The stonecutter is where the marker that says Plains Base is.
Okay,
If you've
I'll
got
go
that.
grab it then. Yep,
Uh,
I can see it. I'll go
Oh,
grab that and I'll take.
Oh yeah, I see
Oh,
what you
there it
mean
is.
now with this rock.
Okay.
I've moved the crafting table a little bit so that I can start clearing this rock away.
Understood.
Actually, it's nearly it's it's 11:30 for me. I should probably be starting to wrap up soon.
Okay. Well, considering the progress we made, it's like we've achieved the big goal for here, and I think it's like it's a good and really cool goal. It's like if we can fully colonize this island, we
Yeah.
have getting a farm here, getting things all set up. It's just like it would be amazing.
And it would be a nice
Stone
forward base for when eventually Mistlands gets done, which whenever that is.
cutter. Yeah, but then it's like it's something to definitely look forward to, and it's like if anything, it's like the fact that it's still it's like there's still more to come. It's like there'll be more to do in the future. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
now that I have the stone cutter, I can make it. And yep, I'm instantly destroying it.
Nice. And that's going to be a lot of stone from that too.
Yeah. Okay, let me make my way. I'm gonna work my way from the top to the bottom. Yeah, they're instantly. Yeah, there's a lot of stone here now. But though I took a look, I'm looking at the dam. This thing has seen a lot of damage.
What has?
This little area, this little stone structure, a lot of them were like in the red range of like damage before I even separated them from there. But yeah, there's a lot of stone where I am right now.
I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of that damage has just been caused from random mobs fighting there.
That would definitely make sense. Okay. The stone foundation of it is still here.
Are you thinking about something can be built there?
No, I just thinking it's like, okay, it's like this was where it was, and we could always. Should I just completely actually, no, I should deconstruct it because I'd never seen what's under one of these things before. It's like, is there additional stone foundation, or is it just flat?
Worth finding out, I guess.
Aw, no surprises. It's flat. It's just flat ground.
Rock art. It's not rock art, it's just random arrangements of stone.
Boo. Alright. It is now clear.
Nice.
The structure is gone. But oh god, we have so much to work with. Actually, with the copper that's already on this island and all that, it's like we could basically use that to make the copper or bronze lamps and all that when we build a place. We definitely just need to get a forge started here. But we have so much else. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Something that I've noticed though when I was checking what is counted as player base items, sconces are not counted. It's only the standing torches.
Really?
Hmm.
I'm looking at this like it's like the only trees left are the ones that we left by the base. I kind of wish that that massive pillar in the back there, I kind of wish there was an easy way to build a fortress on top of that, a sky fortress. It's like that would have the best view in the area.
I'm gonna demolish it though, as we need the stone.
I know. There were actually two other ones, but then I think it was either me and SP or me and Ben that basically demolished it. The other two stone pillars.
I think I helped with one of them.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. Oh god, it's getting dark and foggy now. Okay, Okay, where's the base? Find the trees. Okay, there's the base. But there is a lot of space now to work with.
Yeah.
We definitely, it's like with the space, we just pick an area, flatten out, and build the foundation. If anything, I like the style that you did your castle, and just like I feel like it's like if we could make another version of, if you can design the castle, and it's just like the path, the stone path roads and all that, just like, and have like a town complex sort of thing. It's just like I think that would work really well, because like your castle's like inspirational in that regard. It's like
Okay, so I'm thinking then that, like you were saying, the middle bit then, where it's like the crossover between the Black Forest and into the plains, that then could be where the main building is then.
Yeah.
This area would need to get flattened out first. I'm going to mark that then on the map as
the center.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
With the wood piles that we had. Okay, sorry.
I was gonna say I've
with
just
the wood
marked
piles.
a central building.
Okay. With the wood piles that we had, it's like we could basically use it as general like foundation guides before we start putting stone down too.
Something I think I would like to try doing is make the house in the style of kind of like medieval homes, because the way that I've done mine isn't quite how medieval homes are like, because what they do is the stone first floor, but then the second floor, with it being wood, it actually extends outwards slightly from the first floor's wall. Actually, let me see if I can get an image of this.
I think I know what you mean. It's almost like building a 10 by 10 over a 9 by 9, right? It's basically, it leans outwards.
Yeah, something like that. So medieval style house. See if I can find one. Actually, yeah, I think this
Okay.
is a perfect example of it. Let's see if I can copy image. I'll put it in voice chat text. You see, it's like, it's not like a full, a huge amount, but it is like, it juts out slightly.
Oh, that's actually really nice. I think one thing it's like, okay, we can definitely recover the stone, like, and not to mention it would provide a good foundation, and that would yeah, and not to mention it's like we're in the plains, and I know that there's tar not too far from us, so it's like what we can do is like we can go grab. We could start saying like the first floor, like a layout of the area, and then if we need when we start roofing everything, we can go out and grab the tar because we certainly have enough wood for it. I think I say that. It's like halfway through, it's like we're out of wood. It's like, what? We deforested. But yeah, we if anything, it's planning for excursions into. We can plan for excursions out into the plains areas, pick up some tar, and it's like see if
Yeah.
there are any more villages and all that. So it's like a big, like if 3 or 4 of us can get together, and I think SP would definitely be up for it, and I'll be up for it too. I could also ask my friend Jay to help too.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of swampland here that has, from what I can tell, not been like marked out or explored for crypts, so there's a lot of potential for grabbing iron here too.
Yeah, that would be, and because the dark forest, the black forest that we were working on, we already saw that there's copper deposits. Yeah, the only thing we'd be short of would be silver, but we don't. There's not many things that require silver as a like
For construction.
for construction or for improving improving the workbenches and the like. Actually, do you know in like in ESO Somerset, they have a crafting plaza?
Yeah.
I think considering how big of an open space that we have there, why don't we consider like in the central area or in some part of it, make a crafting plaza, just like a big area roofed over that has the workbenches like centrally located.
I like the idea.
And then it's like, well, and then it's like you could build your massive castle, and just like it overlooks it, like, and just like we put the players' houses around the. But we definitely, I think, like we definitely need an area that's just dedicated also for just cooking and storing food. We need a storage area and a cooking area because like the cooking stuff is just like having having a mass brewery because it's like the potions that we're gonna need, and then it's like all the food and materials that we get anyways too. Sorry, I'm just like babbling off ideas.
Sounds like a lot of stuff going on, but yeah, it's a good idea. I think at this point I should
I'm defaulting
stop.
to you because you know this design. Huh?
I should probably stop now. It's getting closer and closer to midnight, and I
Yeah,
have work in the morning.
get some rest. Get some rest.
All right.
Still, awesome job. Awesome job.
Yee. We've got some plans in place.
Yeah, definitely. Ah.
Gonna need Ben to help with this at some point, though. We get lots of help to get it all done.
Let me know. Like I said, well, I'm not playing Elden Ring, so it's like I'm immune for. I'm immune from that. I'm not on Elden Ring, but I'm on ESO. But it's like I mainly just do my crafting stuffs.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm gonna drop off a VC so that I can like close out my stream as well. Yeah,
Okay.
It's been nice hanging out.
It was nice hanging out with you too. Take care and have a good night. All right. Have a good rest.
Thank you. Take care.
Take care.
And with that, thanks everyone for watching the stream today, and I will see you all again on Tuesday. Probably gonna be a 14 stream, you know, doing our weeklies and stuff. And oh, thank you for being here. Have a good night, everyone. Bye bye.